Um, hello, hello. Welcome in to the finale of Investigations 1. Let me just check. Boom, boom. Should be good. Alright. Here we go. Last time, some massive reveals. Let me get into the thing so I can look at the investigation, or the evidence. Oh, it is March 15th, because it's past midnight. Anyway, very massive reveals. Fucking, man. Sheena. Sheena being Callisto Yu was a really good, um, hmm. Was it a twist? I guess it's fair. Yeah, I would say it's a decent twist. Like, you were obviously expecting her to show up, but, it being a character, a supposedly unrelated character, was a decent twist, I would say. Then, Yatagarasu with, I felt like, if I connected the dots enough, I would have had this. Where it's like, they were obviously, like, in my brain, like, working together. I just didn't connect that, like, oh, he's just part of it. um, but evidence-wise, we got some quote-unquote hair sticks, quote-unquote, quote-unquote. Uh-huh. That is, got some dirt on it. It fucking has a notch on it, too. I was like, come on. You know, those won't be important at all. And then the trump card. Actually, I haven't read this. Card containing orders from the boss of smuggling ring to Cochin. Specifically, Cochin, okay. And this was in my KG8 file. And it has, what was it? Virginian? Maybe Virginian writing or Cadopian. Is it Virginian writing? Well, the flight lady ain't here. And neither is, that dude anyway, so I don't know. This is in a different language at the very least. And supposedly Babyliss Inc. And then finally a tape that was stolen from my office as well, with blood on the back. And this was the case in which the unwitting CCU was murdered. And she was to expose the connection between the Amano group and the smuggling ring. And this was also when the group, the Yatagarasu, was first formed. After the events of this case, are the events of this case connected to that case from 10 years ago somehow? Probably pretty likely. I don't think we've seen what's on this tape, though. That's gonna be, like, one of the big reveals, I think. This blood belongs to Detective Faith, who was killed in my office by Mr. Portsman. Sadly, it would appear that he was partnered with anyone but a good prosecutor. Ah, okay. And that's the blood on the back. Portsman is involved in this. But there's still, like, we did solve, or we were enlightened of the Yatagarasu, but we haven't solved the murders yet. Which, current running theory is it's one of the two ambassadors, actually. And off of, like, possible suspects or involved parties. I guess technically it could be the Yatagarasu people, but yeah, I think it's got to be one of the ambassadors, right? All right, here we go. So, now we know who the Yatagarasu really was. And yet, there remains much to this case that needs to be resolved. Very much so. Like how the murder weapons cross country lines, for example. The two countries have incredibly strict security systems and entry procedures. Short of a miracle, it's impossible for someone to have smuggled them in. Smuggling them in, huh? We will need to open a new line of investigation on just this aspect alone. But before we do, I would like to go through my evidence once more. I just did that. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. What do we remove? Oop, that's remaining. We lost, what, like 4 pieces of evidence? I don't remember everything that was removed. Huh. Yeah. It's probably the Sheena stuff, I'd imagine. But hey, there's a VCR here, sir. And now we can see what's on that tape Detective Bad gave us. And this piece of evidence from the KG8 incident, hidden from sight for 10 long years. This is a big part. Just know that this is related to the current case somehow. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please play the tape for us. Sure thing, sir. Manny, okay. This man, it's Manny Cochin. With the card, and a knife. The Cadopian embassy, right? And he's holding a knife in his hand. This looks like footage from a security camera at the entrance of an apartment building. I mean, if they're gonna run with that, an apartment building. How do you figure? Unlike you, I actually read the summary file on the KG8 incident. And the crime scene was the victim's own apartment. Thank you, Francisco, because I don't read. So this footage was shot at the entrance of the victim's own apartment building, huh? At the trial, Mr. Faraday claimed that this piece of footage existed. However, no one could find it. Yes, somehow, someone was able to steal it and hide it through Mr. Ernest Amano. I can see how this would have been a definitive piece, and why someone would want to hide it. But it's a piece of evidence from a 10-year-old case, sir. There's no way it's related to this case we're working on now, sir. Actually, I believe it has everything to do with the case we're working on now. The ringleader even went so far as to use Mr. Portsman to retrieve it. Which means that in this video lies a very inconvenient bit of footage to the ringleader. Where? Is that it? Wait. What was that? Huh? That bit you played just now. Please, show it to me again. In this car, this is something we cannot overlook. That's Cadopian. Does it look like there's another person in there? Vaguely, yeah. There's also no driver. Which is kind of weird. That's Manny. Getting order. Yeah. Why is that, sir? Look here, Detective Gumshoe. Probably the Cadopian.
Take that!
This is the national flag of the Principality of Cadopia. And because it has a national flag on it, we know this to be an official government car. But the question we should be asking ourselves is, what was the government car doing there?
Ah, Miss Von Karma and Mr. Edgewood. So you were here all this time?
I think it's him. It's the thing. It is him. He was in. What was Quercus before? Was he the ambassador beforehand? Because he was not. I know for sure he wasn't the ambassador. He was like one of the possibilities or whatever. I think it's him though. Ambassador Alba.
Thank you very much for continuing the investigation, even at this time of night. Ah, if only I was even a tiny bit more careful. This tragedy would never have happened. I'm truly sorry.
This wasn't your fault, sir. This has nothing to do with how careful you were.
You idiot Quercus! You couldn't chase after a simple thief. Now then, let's get down to the real reason why I came looking for the two of you. I would like you to put the investigation on hold for a while. Can you do that?
Excuse me.
I heard you've apprehended the thief that turned this embassy upside down. And we are in the middle of an event celebrating our country's reconciliation.
Yo, hello. What's up, Sandra? I'm just going through some investigations. Hopefully the finale.
We can't exactly have the police and detectives walking around here forever. You're scaring the visitors away, so I hope that you can understand how I feel.
Yeah, I'm chilling too. Got tomorrow off, so long weekend for me. But we must finish our investigation and resolve the remaining issues.
Why don't you leave the rest to the Alabastian and Ablaze police?
Ambassador. We are so close. Just a little more in. Not suspicious at all that he wants us to stop.
Miss Von Karma, I'm afraid I've made up my mind. And without my permission, you can't proceed with your investigation anyway.
Not every day. I'm going for, what's it called? Monday through Friday with like one of the days off, basically, at this point. That's true. However, as you said at the very beginning, this area can be considered to be Alabastian soil. Yep. Oh, thank you. Yeah, around this time, weekdays pretty much. You know, I'll take a few days off here and there because stuff, but trying to be consistent at least. In which case, we are nothing but foreigners in their land. Is this really where our investigation ends? If he says so.
Shifu, we found Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
Shifu, this way. Oh, God.
Yo.
Agent Lane. You're back on the scene rather quick. That's right, he was shot in the leg and he's already back? Okay. If I laid back and took a break, I'd lose the scent of my prey, Mr. Prosecutor. Thank you, thank you. It's just a pre-made, you know, something cheap to get me started.
Agent Lang.
Why in the... No. It was made by, what is it? Yoki Studios? It's, yeah, just a pre-made off the VGen.
Why have you returned?
Because I have to solve this case, no matter what.
Well, I'm sorry to inform you. And don't take this the wrong way. I don't suspect you personally. However, a member of Interpol was just found to be a thief, and so...
Can't deny that.
Under these circumstances, I wish to put your investigation on hold. After all, I believe our own police can handle things from here. They are quite capable.
At this rate, our investigation really will come to a close.
Not so fast.
Not so fast. Ambassador Alba, I get it now. I really do.
Oh, I'm very glad you understand how I feel.
No, not that. What I was talking about is... I know who the killer is behind tonight's murder. You do? No. The killer?
Do you really mean that, Agent Lang?
Wolves don't lie.
Then who is it?
Well... because I don't have... you know. It works for now. Well, let me first say that I'm not talking about Mr. Cochin's murder. That was all Sheena. Uh-huh. Longji says, the truth lies not at the exit, but rather shines outside the maze itself. I'm not looking for a commission right now. The truth is unexpectedly simple. So let me ask you this. Who do you think was Damask the Second's killer? There is a completely unexpected or well, we've been ignoring Damask the Second the whole time. At the exit, but rather shines outside the maze. I'm alright for now. I'll tell you who. What? It was you, Franziska von Karn. That's wild. What? Alright, well, time to prove this wrong. Ew. You know what? Maybe it's just a ploy to get this investigation off the... To keep going. I was the killer. Hey, wait. But that's impossible.
Yeah. Although, that whip is actually quite,
Yeah. Hold your tongue. And that ludicrous remark you are about to make. Agent Lang, are you seriously accusing her of murder? Yeah, I am. Doesn't appear to be joking. Hey sis, I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech. He called you into his office, right? Yes, he did. But what does that have to do with anything? I'm getting to that. Furthermore,
in order to solve both cases. You moved around rather freely between Alabast and Babel, did you not?
Objection!
That was after the fact that both scenes were discovered? And where's your evidence that I am the killer?
I'm getting them. I was just getting to that. Trust me, I'll show them to you in due time. Ambassador Alba, in order for me to bring this case to a close, I'll need to inspect your office one more time. Will you grant me permission?
He's gonna agree.
Oh, with things as they are, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I?
Yep, no worries.
Good, then let's move out. Oh, and don't even think about running away, sis. My pack will be keeping a close eye on you. You can bet your bottom dollar on that.
As if I would have any reason to flee. But just so we're clear, your logic had better be sound. Because I'll accept nothing short of a perfect explanation. She seems rather upset, not that I blame.
I expected that you'd accept no less. But we'll see how long you can keep that nose of yours stuck up in the air like that.
Hold it!
Agent Lang, as someone related to Knight's case, I request that you allow me to take part. Yep. And so, that I may clean up my superior's mess. Aww.
I guess I should. The more the merrier, especially when it's the peanut gallery.
Oh, in that case, I want to join in too. I still haven't seen what it looks like in Alabastia.
If you let Kay in, then you gotta let me in too, pal. I can't sit around and do nothing when Miss Von Karma's in trouble.
That's why Gumshoe's the goat. Hey, Gummy, let's have a competition to see who can save her first, okay?
Okay, I'll take you up on that. Oh yeah, I'm all fired up and raring to go.
As a detective, I don't believe this is something you're supposed to be excited over.
Sounds like this is going to get real interesting. Ambassador Alba, I'll be bringing these kids along for the ride.
Very well. But I'd like you to keep in mind that this will be your last chance.
Heh. I'll have this whole mess cleared up before you know it. Now let's go.
Lang. Oh wait, he's here, so he's not going to say anything about it, but Lang. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, now, let's first go over the facts one more time. Manny Kochan's body was found over in the Secretariat's office in Babel. The weapon that took his life was one of Alabast's ornamental knives. And then the body of Damas II, Mr. Kashi Nu, was found here in the Alabastian ambassador's office. Through our investigation, we found that the murder weapon was this Prima Duck statue. And that this is actually Babel's statue. In this case, no matter how I look at it, sis, if it wasn't you, then there's no one else who could have pulled this off.
Objection!
Agent Lang, do you understand the full implications of what you are saying?
Of course I do, sis, and I'm serious. You were on the trail of the smuggling ring, and you wanted any evidence you could find. And so, while people were distracted by the Yatagarasu's appearance, you snuck in here. That's when you two ran into each other. You and that other thief who took advantage of the confusion from the fire.
Objection!
Ah. Even if all that were true, how do you explain the movement of the weapons?
Don't worry. I plan to show you that you're the culprit behind that too. You had permission to investigate both embassies at will. With that kind of free reign, you could have easily taken the weapons across country lines. Hey now.
Dude, he catches it? Oh, man. Just caught. Oh. Poor Francisca.
Look, sis. I already told you. I thought I already told you. I'm not messing around here. This case isn't directly tied to the smuggling ring. But Sheena certainly is tied to the smuggling ring.
He was right in saying that she is a member of the smuggling ring. However, the connection between this case and the ring, could it not be deeper than what any of us imagine? I think so. Let's get this ridiculous circus over with already. Francisca, you need to calm down, because you only know the facts of the Alabassian side of the case. I don't believe you can see the case as a whole, and therefore solve it. What? But don't worry. I'm taking this seriously as well, and I will prove your innocence. Or my name isn't Edgeworth my...
That's the only way to be, Mr. Prosecutor. But can you come up with anything else that can top my hypothesis? Of course, your explanation has to solve the mystery of the moving weapons as well.
Of course, and I will, because I already know the answer to that. Let us now delve into the truth behind the murder of Damas II. You do understand, don't you, Miles Edgeworth? This isn't just a confrontation against Agent Lang. If you can't figure out how the murder of Damas II is related to the smuggling ring, then it will mean the end of our investigation. As long as I have no good counterargument to his hypothesis, then the best I can do is walk this thin tightrope and see what I can do.
Come on, Mr. Prosecutor, let's get started.
Yes, let's.
Long G says,
Border crossing weapons.
one of Alabast's knives was used in Babel to murder Mr. Cochin. And the murder weapon is the killing of Damas II is Babel's primitive duck statue.
Babbles, yes.
Somehow, these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you.
After the crimes, there was no chance to move things, though. So as long as I can't explain how the weapons moved, Francisca will remain a suspect.
You got it, Mr. Prosecutor. So why don't you stop giving me a hard time? Under these circumstances, who the heck can carry a weapon across country lines? I've worked through every possibility, but there's only one that's plausible. Your boss.
Agent Lang, what I've learned from you just now is that you've lost sight of yourself.
What are you talking about?
By focusing too intently on that which is in front of us, we become blind to the truth. And don't tell me Long G never said anything to that effect.
You prosecutor! Who do you think you are, speaking about Longji's proverbs like that?
I don't need his proverbs, because my words are all you will need to see the truth.
Longji says, take that.
Alright, I'ma press him.
Hold it!
I concur that this knife crossed over country lines. One of the alabaster knives was used in Babel to murder Mr. Cochin.
Good. But that's not the only thing that did.
You mustn't forget about the other one.
The knife was only one.
Okay.
Hold it!
I'm pretty sure I know how this, because the plants, the wire, open windows, and a moving thing during the first fire. So you're saying that the permit duck statue was also brought over by Francisca?
Like I told you before, that's the only way it makes sense.
Hold it!
And how exactly did she bring it over?
I haven't figured that out yet.
And that's a rather weak statement, considering how sure you are.
Maybe. But there is one thing I do know for sure.
You know, I just thought of something. Larry's son is missing. The Iron Infant is still missing. I think that's going to come up at some point.
Somehow, these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security.
Hold it!
Ooh. Is that how they brought the statue over? Larry. Somebody changed out Iron Infant? Obviously, it's not Larry, because, I mean, Larry. Unless Larry is a murderer, then holy fuck. But I don't think they would do that. Iron Infant? It could be Iron Infant, though. Is that why they've been making reference to the statues of Steel Samurai the whole time? Maybe. And we saw him move from Babel to what's it called? Alabast. In like one of the No, it was like the first thing we could do when we could move. That would explain that. That means Larry transported it. But that means he was also supposed to do it unknowingly? Does that mean he met with Callias? Because the only person on Babel's side is Callias and Manny. I guess Manny, maybe? One of these two. Maybe it is Polano. Callias Polano. I can see it being both ambassadors too, though. Impenetrable? I should hardly think so.
You've seen the top of the wall between the two countries, right? Who in the world would cross over that?
Yeah. Not even I could climb over that thing with all that barbed wire.
The only way into either embassy is through the doors to the Theatrum Neutralis. So the only way for the knife in the Primate Duck statue to traverse the two countries is through those security camera-equipped, well-guarded doors.
Was Francisca really the only person to have traveled between the two countries?
According to the guards at both doors, she's the only one to go back and forth.
And there was another.
The sis there was in Alabas when the Yatagarasu showed up. And then, just before you guys found Mr. Kochin's body, she entered battle. I think we can assume that's when she brought the knife into battle.
And how do you explain the Primate Duck statue?
I haven't quite figured that out yet.
How did she get it to from... She went left to right, but how did she get the thing from right to left if she didn't return?
However, the facts that the two weapons crossed the border proves that the killer must have also traveled across the country lines.
I mean, Larry is a suspect in my opinion right now, but would they make Larry a murderer? I don't know. The only thing to cross the border are the Primate Duck statue and the knife. I should hardly think that those are the only two items, Agent Lang. Those two items? Could this be the photo? Or is this a person? Kinda don't know the fully correct answer. I think the photo, though. Fuck.
Flaw, are you sure it's not your eyes that are flawed? Talk to me again when you can see straight.
There was this.
Now put it away. And your logic is so badly in need of repair that you might as well throw it out too. This is a real deal. Your courtroom mannerisms are worthless at a crime scene.
You dare to insult the corpse. I guess we're saving. The videotape's testimony. During the recess. Did I just save over? No. But I can't present people, right? Extremely high quality. Is there another person that traversed both sides that we can prove with the evidence we have? So I can't do any people. Here's the point. The only thing across the border are the Primate Duck statue and the knife. Should hardly think that those are the only two items, Agent Lang. Yeah. Two objects? But I tried the I already tried the photo, no? I already tried the photo, no? Could it be the guitar pick? Fine, fine. I don't know, dude. Somehow these two objects Babble's Primadux. What about Alabasta Primadux then?
Objection!
There you go. Okay. Number 3. Agent Lang, those 2 items are not the only 2 to cross the border tonight.
Oh,
I was getting ahead of myself, my bad. Damas II was killed with Babble's Primadux statue, yes. But if that's the case, then tell me, where did Alabast's Primadux statue go?
to Babel, of course.
Precisely. And if the 2 statues really were switched, then this means that both statues were smuggled across the border at some point. Which means that a total of 3 items were smuggled across the embassies.
Yeah, I guess so. But you know what? It doesn't matter the number of items, only that the sis is the only one who could have done it. Because the only person who went back and forth between Alabasta and Babel is her.
Like, this is a real, like, bringing up that it was 3 at this point will be important later on, I guess, but it's not important yet. Was that really true? Was there no one else who traveled between the 2 countries? Actually, there was definitely another person who paid a visit to both sides of the wall.
The Yatagarasi.
Objection!
Is that really so, Agent Lang?
What a lousy time to try and bluff your way out of this. I checked out what the guard said, along with the security camera's footage. You're not going to overturn my hypothesis that easily.
Objection!
Suppose that there was some other way other than through the theater doors.
What other way?
The other entity that managed to cross the border unharmed. If I pointed out, it would open up a whole new possibility. And though I hesitate to bring this out, as long as this entity exists, the impossible road becomes a possibility.
Looks like you've got some clever idea in mind.
I do, and I can show it to you through a single piece of evidence.
Fine then. Let's see this piece of evidence that will show me the other route.
This piece of evidence will show us another way to move between the 2 countries. Now we're on the photo. It's gotta be the photo.
Take that!
Take that.
Agent Lang, I'm sure you are familiar with this unforgettable photo.
That supernatural photo, like I said before. Humans can't fly.
No, of course not. I understand that perfectly well. But that doesn't mean something definitely happened, though.
And don't start claiming that Sheena somehow grew wings either.
I wouldn't dream of claiming that.
And I won't allow you to take back what you said either. I'll say it again. It's not humanly possible to fly through the air without wings. So you'd better have a good explanation for this, Mr. Prosecutor.
But I do. But how can I prove who it was that flew through the air in this photo? Wait, not humanly possible. Eureka! Very well. You will have your explanation.
It sounds like you have a good idea simmering inside that head of yours. Let's hear it. The face hidden within this photo, blurry trailed shadow is...
The face? Looks like it's going there. Looks like it's going left, right? So it would be Babble's permanent.
Take that!
This is the face behind the shadow.
I thought I said you'd better have a good explanation.
Was I wrong? Its real shape can only be this one thing. What? It's not one of the statues, or is it the other statue? Let me try the other statue now, but
Take that!
naturally, the shadow is the third smuggled object. The Primate Duck statue replica. The replica! The fucking replica! Come on! It was a fake. I call bullshit on that one, but we'll take it.
You can't be serious.
The Yatagarasu, or rather, Callisto Yu, dressed as Agent Sheena, was inside Babel. She dressed the replica statue up in clothes and launched it through the air.
Ha! Mr. Prosecutor! You left out a very crucial bit in your evident explanation.
I know I did.
She launched it through the air. Ha! And how exactly did she do that?
He's literally baring his fangs at me. But he has a point. How exactly did it move through the air like that? As long as this remains unsolved, we won't be able to move any closer to the truth. Which reminds me, didn't he say this earlier?
Hey sis, I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right?
Just before the murder, Francisco was called here, right into this very room. If that's the case, then that may be another avenue I can pursue. Agent Lang, in order for me to answer that question, I will need to hear testimony from Miss Von Karma.
Oh, what are you up to now, pretty boy?
Earlier, you mentioned something of interest to me. You said that just before the murder occurred, Miss Von Karma had been in this room because Ambassador Alba had called for her. And for that reason alone, you believe her to be the killer.
Yeah, I guess I did say something like that.
In that case, I believe it is my duty to ask her what her side of the story is.
Ha! Do you really think a criminal would tell us the honest truth?
How dare you? As I've said numerous times, there's absolutely no proof that I am the killer. Miles Edgeworth, don't tell me you suspect me too. I don't. However, I can't ignore the fact that you were in this room at one point in time. I'll be right back. I think I have something at the door. Which is why I would like to hear about it from you. Francisca, I feel that I still don't have enough information. Which is why your testimony is incredibly important to the outcome of this case. Alright. So, what would you like me to talk about? I'd like you to please testify to your movements up until you came into this room.
Alright, let's try this your way for a change. But if what she has to say turns out to be a waste of time, I'll place her under arrest faster than you can hell know.
As you wish. Francisca von Karma. As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Alabastian embassy. After I saw the Steel Samurai run off on his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office. Okay. Francisca, I want us to make this clear from the very beginning. So what I wish to confirm is that the only time in which you were in this office was before the murder occurred. Is that correct? Yes, of course. I see. For now, the only way that I can see for us to break out of this situation is to ask Francisca about her testimony in more detail. I'm a presser. Movements in Alabas.
Hold it!
I thought your duty was to fact-find anything you could about the smuggling ring. Yes, that was my job. But upon hearing that the Yatagarasu had sent a calling card to the embassy, Ambassador Alba called upon us to protect the embassy instead. That incident 7 years ago. Or have you forgotten what happened here back then? Anything related to that case we were involved in appears to be rather painful for her. It's not exactly one I can readily forget myself. It looks like you remembered the case after all. Of course I do. I inspected every location, every possible escape route, and every aspect of the police's security detail. I did all that. Then after that, after I saw the Steel Samurai off.
Hold it!
Steel Samurai, huh? So you were at the theater as well. Yes, and I suppose you were also there as well, watching that stage show. Well, yes. So Francisco was there. Well, after the show was over, and I saw the Steel Samurai off, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation.
Hold it!
Why did you need to confirm the degree of preparation for even the speech? For security's sake, of course. What other reason could I have had? No one knew just how the Yatagarasu had planned on getting in, right? Yes, I suppose you're right. And in the end, Yatagarasu did choose to appear in the Rose Garden. Even if it did turn out to be nothing more than a shadow. Who would have thought that she would use a shadow? Calm down, Francisca. She must still be nursing a grudge over the fact that she couldn't figure it out herself. Yep, you needed my big brain. We figured it out instantly, too. Anyway, there was no one in the Rose Garden, and we were aware that the speech was set to start soon thereafter. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back to Ambassador Alba's office. At that time, Damascus II's body had yet to be found in this room. Is that correct? That's right. But Ambassador Alba was here. One could hardly miss his rather large presence.
A criminal will say anything to get out of it getting arrested. How do we know you're not lying?
Well, if you need proof, I'd be happy to oblige you.
Seriously?
Like I keep telling you, when I arrived at this office, Ambassador Alba was already here. He was standing by the flower box on the windowsill, watering his plants.
Ah, I can attest to that. I remember speaking with the lovely lady around that time here in my office.
All right then. Add that statement to your testimony and let's hear some details.
So Ambassador Alba was in this room at that time, was he? Watering flowers on the windowsill.
Hold it!
For the sake of being thorough, I'd like to ask you something. How did you know that Ambassador Alba was watering his plants at the windowsill? What do you mean by that? The entrance to this room is on this side. However, the window is on the opposite side. If what you say is true, then when you entered the room, his body would have been like a wall. He would have been blocking your view of what he was doing. Isn't that not correct? I suppose it was a bit hard to see around him, but fortunately, for me, Ambassador Alba is not an immovable wall. I had knocked before I entered, and as I did, he turned around to greet me, with a watering can in his hand. So it's only natural to believe that he was watering his plants, right? I suppose. After his greeting, we spent a little time talking about his flowers. He had attained them himself and is growing them with the utmost care, you know.
Oh, yes. The plants in this room. They are all like my children.
The passion flowers in the flower box on the windowsill are growing beautifully, too. All 4 of them are in full bloom. Miss Von Karma, what did you just say? What did you say just now? I said that the flowers are growing beautifully. What about that statement do you not understand? What do I not understand? I do not understand why a certain thing is the way it is. I'd like you for to append that statement to your testimony. Very well. There were 4 large passion flowers in full bloom in the flower box. I'd like to confirm this with you one more time. There were 4, correct? Yes. I should hardly think that I could have miscounted with such eye-catching flowers. There must be a deep, and it appears that I must take a gamble on its meaning for me to make any progress. The prima duck statues were already switched by the time the murder happened. In light of that fact. So it was after Francisca left, actually. What Francisca saw in this room before the crime is of incredible importance. I think I see how they got it in there, then they got it over there. Who did it, though? Who did it? Who did it? Who did it? There were 4. Learn to count, Francisca, because there's only 2. Huh. Francisca, for some odd reason, your testimony contradicts with this piece of evidence. It does appear that way.
Ha! I knew it. I knew we couldn't trust your words, sis.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing discrediting Miss Von Karma like this?
Yeah, sir. If you keep this up, she's gonna get taken away, sir.
Yeah.
All I've done is state what I saw. I have not made a single mistake in my testimony. And for this, I am still under suspicion for murder. Is the number of flowers really all that important at this juncture, Miles? At the very least, it is a contradiction in this enigmatic case. One that I find hard to dismiss as irrelevant.
Then let's hear it, Mr. Prosecutor. What does the number of flowers have to do with anything? What does it prove?
I believe the answer to that will become clear if we were to examine the flower block. Flower box. How did this contradiction come about? There must be something behind this discrepancy.
Oh, they're my beloved flowers. I've grown them with the utmost care. So I ask that you please be gentle with them as you examine them, Mr. Edgeworth.
I understand. Can you see there's two missing? I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Obviously there's only two of them. And this watering can has a rather robust design. Mr. Edgeworth, why are you telling us stuff we can clearly see for ourselves? Plus, if you keep wasting time talking about that, Miss Von Karma's gonna get arrested. I'd better examine something else. Fine. The name of these flowers, I believe they're called passion flowers. Despite being called flowers, they are actually a species of vine. They appear to be growing well, and are well supported by these plant supports. They, what's it called? The vines of the knife, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, but no matter how I look at it, it looks like there are only two here to me. You realize, don't you, sis? Your little lie has failed you.
Miles Edgeworth, hurry up and show this man up for me already. I suppose I will need to use some evidence to shut him up. Won't I? I believe I have just the piece of evidence you require.
Oh, you do you? You have such confidence in the face of your current play, but I highly doubt it'll last until the end.
You howl like a wolf, Agent Lay. But we'll see if you have any bite to back up that bark after you see the evidence. The hair sticks.
Take that!
Sheena, who was supposedly in Babel the entire time, had these hair sticks on her. Why'd she need two? That's how they flew. They did it to both lines? There's two lines? And that look exactly like the plant supports in this flower box. In other words, I believe it can be said that these hair sticks are, in actuality, supports for the passion flowers.
And so what? Is this really all that important to the case?
Of course it is. It means that we found yet another item that was smuggled between the countries tonight.
Ay-ya!
If you just think about it logically, Agent Lay. These sticks were originally in Alabas, but somehow they wound up in Sheena's hands, who was in Babel the whole night. So make no mistake, these sticks were smuggled somehow, just like the knife and statue.
Very well then. I want to hear from you exactly how they wound up in Babel.
How did these support sticks find their way to Babel, and why? There must be some reason as to why they ended up there. Aha, so that's why. Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this and tell me its shape.
Heh, it's just another stick, isn't it?
And so it is. But the shape of the support sticks is what is important. For when they are used with something in this room, that's when it all comes into focus. The object that completes the picture when used with the support sticks is... I was like a bow and arrow. I was thinking a bow and arrow originally, but I was like, that would require skill? But... crossbow.
That's a crossbow. Wait, you're not really suggesting.
I am. These hair sticks, or rather plant support sticks, they make for perfect arrows.
Yeah.
I've done it. I found the common thread that connects the two offices. Which I've known about since we've... probably since I've seen the flowers, basically, actually. But this thread has yet to be completely untangled. Even using the arrows, how does this explain how the statues were transported? Furthermore, who could it have been who fired these sticks as arrows? Who is the most important? There must be a common thread that ties all of these things together. Not a thread.
Mr. Prosecutor, hold up a second. You do realize what happens when you tie a statue to an arrow, right? They don't fly at all.
I'm well aware, Agent Lang.
So Babel's statue was draped in the Yatagarasu's clothes, and then shot over here. Even if you fired the arrow from this side, they wouldn't go far with the statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the Prima Duck statue didn't sprout wings. You're a realist after all, aren't you?
Damn straight. The Prima Duck statues didn't sprout wings. Of course they didn't.
Glad you understand. I feel much better already. I was afraid for a second that you were unaware of that crucial fact.
It's only crucial because you're under the belief that the wings are necessary to this equation.
What?
You need to free your mind a bit more and let it fly like a bird on the wind. Not the analogy to use, but I got the point. The Prima Duck's statues flew, but not on a wing. Allow me a bit of your time, and I'll explain this mysterious phenomenon to you.
But first, I'm gonna press you.
Right in the, what's it called? Claw. That incredible scene just happened to have been caught on film, resulting in this photo.
And what an incredible scene it was. This photo was taken by a freelance photojournalist, right?
Yes, so I hear.
And not every photojournalist is known to be honest, right?
There's usually a second picture.
Especially not the ones that sell photos of spirits and giant creatures to tabloids.
Hey, why you have to call her out like that? Yes, I know what you mean. I've seen those sorts of photos many a time in courts. But there have been times when those photos have turned out to be telling the truth. If you have ever stood in a court of law, you would know that it's entirely plausible.
You really believe that stuff you're spewing right now? A courtroom certainly is a strange place, if what you say is true. But there really is something odd about that photo no matter how you look at it.
They wouldn't go far with the statue tied to them. But we are in agreement that an arrow by itself would reach the other side, correct?
But just an arrow by itself is pretty meaningless, don't you think, Mr. Prosecutor? Because the things they wanted to smuggle were a lot bigger than nothing.
No, that's not necessarily true.
What?
What I need right now is not further discussion of my conclusions. It's the launching of my conclusions. What the shooter wanted to launch with the crossbow was not the statues themselves, but rather something the crossbow can launch that can be used to move the statues. Still gonna press them.
If it wasn't a statue that was tied to the arrows, then what did the crossbow launch?
The thing the crossbow launched. Allow me to show you the answer.
Oh, well, come on then. Show me what you've got. But I warn you, I'll know when you're bluffing.
I wanted to press these other statements, you bastard. It says so.
Take that!
You have to learn to think, Agent Lang. Finally, we have reached this point in our discussion, where I present to you that which was carried by the arrow from the crossbow.
I get it now, Mr. Prosecutor. I can see exactly what you're trying to say. You're saying that the wire was tied to an arrow and then shot into Mr. Cochin's office. All the way from the 5th floor to the Alabastian embassy. Down to the 3rd floor of the Ablaze embassy. If what you're claiming is really what happens, I can see how Alabast's permanent duck statue could be moved. Gravity can be used to move the statue down the wire from the 5th to the 3rd floor. But then, what about Babel's permanent duck statue?
Thank you. This is where I'm at.
The dark shadow in this photo is clearly flying away from Babel. Going in the opposite way of gravity from the 3rd floor to the Babelese embassy.
That's how they got it down?
Up to the 5th floor of the Alabastian embassy. How do you explain that?
Uh-huh. I think I finally saw how the gears behind this whole trick worked. Agent Lang, the motion used behind this trick. I wonder, perhaps you have yet to envision how it works in your head.
Motion? What motion?
Swinging? No. Rotary? Rotary. Bungee action? Bungee action? I could see it. Isn't there like a trampoline here or whatever? And it bounds? I'm gonna save actually for this one. I don't know. I don't know the full answer. Yeah. What do you mean by? Give me 1 sec. Rotary is like circular, right? Or rotation. Rotation. Sorry, not circular. Which implies I don't think it was that. No, probably not. I don't think it's rotary. Swinging? I think it's bungee, right? Maybe I'm wrong. I'm gonna go bungee though. a bit of bungee action was employed. One second.
Bungee action?
Are you saying that the wire acted as a bungee cord, and then the statue was hauled up? That's a simple way of putting it, but yes.
That thing is solid gold. And if that thing ever reached the office window, the wire would have snapped. But okay, let's consider your idea and say that the wire has the elasticity required. If you fired that kind of wire from a crossbow, the arrow could come sailing back. Talk about dangers.
Oh.
Dealing with a jurisdiction thief who lacks understanding of the most basic things like physics.
Unfortunately for me, it appears that Agent Lang. There's only one feasible motion that could have been used to send the statue up. Is it rotary? I believe it was done via rotary motion. If the two statues were transported simultaneously.
Simultaneously, get real. The statues would collide somewhere along the way.
Did I ever say that there was only one line of wire between the two offices? Yep. This was like, why were there two? It was, it was this. There we go. Ah, okay. If you there would be a second, what's it called though, you would see, I think. Maybe not. If you shot an arrow with the two ends of a wire tied to it, at a circular belt can be formed.
Long G says, don't object and call a success what is beyond reasonability. Taking into account the attention difference between the two wires. The top one would sag too much to the point where the statues would collide anyway.
Agent Lang. As you know, the Permaduck statue is a one-of-a-kind national treasure. And the fact that Babble's statue is a hollow replica of the real statue, it would naturally be lighter than the real one, meaning that my idea is very possible.
Long G says,
Oh, I can't howl like that. Bro just fucking howls? Alright. Here is what I believe happened. Miss Yu and her mysterious co-conspirator set themselves up in the two different rooms. The co-conspirator bridged the rooms by shooting the two ends of the wire down on one arrow. The two ends. Okay. Then the two of them covered the statues and proceeded to transport the statues. After the switch was completed, another arrow was fired, carrying the other end of the wire down to Babel, where it was to be disposed of. Gotcha. And to do that, Miss Yu hid it inside the grandfather clock, QED. QED. Damn, you got whipped. This proves it, right, Agent Lang? That I'm not the killer.
and not yet, sis. I still haven't had my dessert yet. Right, Mr. Prosecutor?
The proof is in the pudding, as it were.
Pudding is a nice dessert.
So,
So, do you think you can do it? Can you prove that what you said is what happened? Because remember, if you can't, I'll be taking a certain someone back home with me as a souvenir.
I agree that as long as there is no proof, my hypothesis remains just that. However, what I have laid out is no mere hypothesis, for there is one more piece of evidence.
One more. This should be interesting. You think you have a piece of evidence that will turn your hypothesis into fact? Well then, let's see it, Mr. Prosecutor.
A circular belt out of a length of wire. I believe that is right here in this very room. Now then, I believe this is what made the circular belt transportation method possible. A knife? Fuck. I think it's either the knife or the flower petal. Why is it wet? Or the knife? We'll do this. See what happens. The circular belt method was made possible thanks to this part of. Oh wait. The part I have to agree. Say I agree.
Even the one in the most precarious situation here agrees with me.
I am Von Karma. I have a name up to uphold. I refuse to accept anything that is less than perfect. Could be that, but why that? The knife, then?
Take that!
Well, the crossbow arrows. Okay.
One more.
Part of the room. Can I move around more? Or no? No. Okay. The ceiling fan, then? Maybe? Because the ceiling fan's crushed? If it's not the knives, it's not the fucking pedal, then it's gotta be the ceiling fan, I think, right? It is.
Take that!
Ha! Looks like you dropped another bomb on us again.
The last piece of the trick are two pulleys. Precisely. The ceiling fans doubled as pulleys in this case. And thanks to the fact that there is one installed in each of the offices, the ceiling fans made for the perfect pulley set for the wire to run along.
Yeah.
And this must be it. This is how the smugglers bypass the impenetrable security. I mean, this is a possibility, and it makes sense as the pulleys, but, like, they didn't have to use this, so, like, I guess so. This is how the smugglers bypass the impenetrable security.
You really are something else, Mr. Prosecutor. I bet you figured it out already, haven't you? You know who the big hotshot that set up this real-life stage show is, don't you?
The person who set up this rather large and complex stage show needs to be someone who had foreknowledge of the existence of a ceiling fan in both the Alabastian and Babylese offices, and that the passion flower support stakes could be used as arrows. The real mastermind behind this case.
Oh well, don't you dare make this wolf wait for his food.
Oh, why are you so hesitant, Miles Edgeworth? If you can't say who it is, why don't you present something like you always do? A single point of the finger here, and this case will explode into an international incident. However, it's already too late for me to stop the forward momentum. It appears that I have no choice now but to rush in. There's a piece of evidence that will point us to who the mysterious mastermind is. Evidence. I think it's... I think it might be this, actually. It might be this. I think it might be this. I'm gonna go for it. Fuck it.
Take that!
And this is it.
That piece of evidence isn't satisfying at all.
Then stop being... I should already have the piece of evidence that shows who that is. I just have to present it, no matter what the cost. To the mystery. Show the building. Bum, bum, bum. Could it be the knife then? Okay, wait. I know who it is. I don't know how I prove it. There's a piece of evidence that will point us to the mysterious mastermind is. Could it be the crossbow arrows, I guess? They're actually crossbow arrows.
Take that!
This smuggling could not have been possible without the use of the crossbow. Furthermore, the arrows that were shot by the crossbow were plucked, as it were, from the flower box in this very room. They were planted so long ago that the passion flowers had the time to grow so big that Miss Von Karma didn't even notice the arrows when she visited this room today. On top of all this, the fact that the culprit knew that both offices had ceiling fans tells us that the person had very detailed information on the embassy's layout. So, as you may have already guessed, the person I am accusing of hashing this plan is the person who grew the flowers in the flower box with the utmost care. Thus, it can only be you, Quercus Alba. He's smiling, dude. He knew too, I think. He set us up to get here. Are you out of your mind, Miles Edgeworth? I'm certain of what I am saying. I am sure that he is the culprit.
Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor, what was the ambassador trying to accomplish by doing all that stuff you just outlined? Why in the world would he need to use a trick like that?
I understand your need to doubt me. However, there is one thing that stands out to me as very odd. And just
one thing, huh?
the one single end result Ambassador Alba sought to obtain. If we were to examine and the focus the one single end result Ambassador Alba sought to obtain. If we were to examine the focus of this complex trick, I believe we will finally find the answer to everything we wanted to obtain. Something, is this where it gets political? Probably, I think, possibly. Everything will become clear once we examine this piece of evidence. Made from generously this the real is this carried across country line. I don't know about the Yatagarasi. Was used as used to be swapped with the fake from Babel. Fuck, dude, what is it? I'm taking a lot of hits, huh? I can't save, okay. This piece of evidence. If we were to examine the focus of this I believe we will finally find could be the videotape, I think. Or the counterfill bills. I don't think. Whoa. Oh, okay. Cadopian? Yeah, fuck.
Take that!
You want us to examine this? Yes. Items that become evidence should never have any part overlooked. All evidence related to this case are fine and don't need to be examined again. It appeared that I was mistaken. Do I save? Fuck it. Low on health. Agent Lang is correct. Most of the evidence has already undergone intense scrutiny. However, there's one piece that has only been partially checked. And in that piece, which lies at the heart of the smuggling, is what I should... I think it's gotta be these,
Take
right?
that!
Fine, fine.
Knuckle back!
Let me just make sure. Okay, it was not that. Could be the pick. It could be the knife too. One single end result Ambassador Alba sought to obtain. If we were to examine the focus of this complex, the Permadux,
Take that!
fuck, dude. What's the thing? I'm gonna try the pick, I guess, huh? I don't think it is, though. Maybe it is. I think it is the political thing where he doesn't want it to be a united country or whatever, but it was. Okay. I would fully understand the reasoning had the situation been reversed. However, to go through the trouble of swapping the real Primiduck statue for the fake. See, yeah. I sense a very shady reason for such a bizarre action. And who better to ask for that reason than King Primiduck himself?
I see. Ambassador, we'll be examining that statue now, with or without your permission.
Bro being silent. There's a second handprint? And this guy kind of looks like the Steel Samurai, don't you think? Maybe it's because they look alike that he was picked to be the Goodwill Ambassador. I suppose. Take a look at this area around the base of his neck. It looks like a gap. Hey, you're right. Maybe it's meant to be some kind of secret. Perhaps it's possible to open the statue from this gap.
What? Hurry up and open it, Miles.
Alright, here goes. Wow, it really did open up. Hey, what's this thing that fell out? I believe a more thorough examination of it is required. How about the handprint? These are Mr. Cochin's fingerprints. The fact that they're on here suggests that this statue once belonged to Babel. So it was smuggled from Babel to Alabas, huh? Why was there a need for them to smuggle it in? Printing press for the counterfeit bills. Alabama. This is the one that was a murder weapon, right? What in the? Is this?
Hey, is this what I think it is?
Because it was not this one. Okay, their fucking wording on these has really fucking started to trip me up. Used to be real, but has been swapped with a fake from Babel. So this is the Babelese one, the fake one. Yes, okay. So it still doesn't line up. Why would you do this to yourself?
Hey, is this what I think it is?
It's a plate for making counterfeit bills. Somehow, it appears that we've at long last arrived at the exit to this complex labyrinth. We finally hold within our hands one of the counterfeit money plates. And the reason why the replica was smuggled into Alabas to begin with. It doesn't make sense if you have Alba as your mastermind, though. This was found from within the fake Primiduck statue Alba smuggled into his country. The Primiduck statue can only be handled by the ambassador or the secretariat. And the replica is nothing more than a hollow shell covered in gold. I should have clued in on that, huh? Well, my bad. These two circumstances make the statue the ideal object in which to hide contrabands. After receiving the statue containing the counterfeit plate from Sheena, the ambassador had the misfortune of accidentally running into Damas II. Surprised by the thief, the ambassador raised the replica statue at Damas II and then, in order to frame the steel samurai of the murder, he covered the samurai sword in blood. Well, Ambassador Alba?
You're the leader of the smuggling ring. My country is a mess, and it's all because of you.
You're the one who killed Damas II. Answer us. I never thought that you would figure things out to this level. I guess he was trying to steal the plates from Babel. Here's the problem though. Why would he need to steal the plates if he's the leader of the smuggling ring though, right? Because the smuggling ring is the one printing the paper, right? I think it's both of them. And we just happen to catch him trying to get lead over it is possibly it, but okay. However, there is one point I disagree with you on. The head of the smuggling ring was Mr. Cochin.
Not so fast!
Quit screwing around. I have no sympathy for someone who would try to pass the guilt onto a dead man. If there is one thing I'm sure of, it's that you're the real ringleader, Quercus Alba.
It's not good to speak with such subjectivity, you know, Agent Lang.
Subjectivity? My conclusion is anything but, and is the result of logic and investigation.
Logic and investigation. Only seconds ago, you were ready to arrest Miss Von Karma. I don't think we can give such flippy-floppy logic any real weight, do you? That's why Miles Edgeworth is here. What? Why are you laughing?
It looks like you still don't get why I came back.
I did call this excuse me.
You see, the reason I came back is so that I could sink my fangs into your wrinkly old neck. From the very beginning, my real target has been you.
What? Agent Lang, I demand an explanation.
Sorry, sis. I didn't mean to put you through all that. I knew you were innocent from the very beginning.
I knew it, dude. I knew it. He was our in. He was our in. You did.
I knew that this whole incident has been meticulously planned and prepared for. So naturally, the occupant of this room, Ambassador Alba, seemed the most suspicious. But without the ambassador's permission, we couldn't get in to take another look around.
Ah, so that's why you put on this big show to accuse Francisca of the murder. Using Francisca as the bait, you were able to gain us entry in investigative rights.
Yeah, and if I hadn't done that, I doubt the ambassador would have given the okay to poke around.
So that's why all this was about. Very well, I will forgive you. But in exchange for using me as bait, you will take some responsibility and help us find the truth. Agent Lin, for giving me such a great opening. I thank you.
Hey, you know, I just knew, Mr. Prosecutor, that somehow If we were able to find some proof. Wait, I just had a great thought. I'm not gonna say it. I'll say if it comes true or not. If we were able to find some proof by investigating this room, that you would be able to figure out the real culprit with your special brand of logic.
The evidence detectives collect combined with the logic of a prosecutor. That's just as it should be in a prosecutor-detective team, right?
I don't know about all that. But one thing I do know is that I'm itching to see that old man get what's coming to him.
Oh, you're quite scary when you want to be, aren't you?
Hey, you were the one who was planning to use me to push all the guilt onto the sis. But unfortunately for you, you misjudged me.
Agent Lang, I wish for you to stop trying to intimidate me. Oh, what we need right now is evidence and proof. I wonder if you have what is necessary to prove that I am the head of the smuggling ring.
Objection!
And don't be such a sore loser. If you really are the head of the smuggling ring, and then you should acknowledge your crimes with dignity.
Dignity? That is nothing more than a fool's insincere display of strength. If you really wish for me to acknowledge my crimes, then I would like to first see some of this thing you call evidence. I tell you, I knew nothing, really. I didn't even know that a counterfeit plate was hidden inside that statue.
You swapped a real statue that vested in your country the authority to rule for a fake. It doesn't make any sense that you didn't know anything.
It doesn't make sense. Where doesn't it make sense? Can you prove that it doesn't make sense?
Gah.
He's really got us. He's turned the entire situation around against us. The proof that Interpol has been after, which points to this man as the ringleader. If we can somehow find that proof now, then we can see to it that justice is finally served. Is there nothing I can use to break this case wide open? The trump card in the videotape. With those two items, we might be able to finally bring this man down. But the card is evidence from a case that Mr. Faraday hid away in secret. And I forgot about this. The tape was stolen by Detective Bad from the police. They're both illegal evidence. No matter what, a prosecutor of the law can't be allowed to use such pieces of evidence.
Needless to say, we Von Karmas are commanded to achieve nothing but victory, and by any means necessary.
The only way to bring someone like that to justice is to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at that time.
I mean, we aren't in court. I no longer follow the path of Manfred von Karma. And I won't follow the path of the Yatagarasi. This leaves me with what? What creed will I believe in? If I want to pursue the truth, then I will sully my hands in illegality. And if I want to pursue justice, then I will lose the truth. What is the law? And what is justice? And which path is a prosecutor supposed to follow? Huh? That choice
is one I must make by my own hands here and now. Fuck, dude. Fuck. I don't know. It could be either. It could be either. Alright. Alright. I think the correct answer here is don't use the trump card. Why? Because it's Miles Edgeworth. I think you ultimately you have to follow the law, I think, is how it is. I don't know. This feels like the right choice, quote unquote, but we'll see. I'm going, don't use the trump card. I am a prosecutor, and I can't allow myself to use evidence such as these. Mr. Edgeworth, if you don't do something, Ambassador Alba is going to get away with it. I know, but...
Objection!
Not yet. What are you holding back for? The only thing Yvonne Karma should pursue is the perfect proof. If you really do have what it takes to complete our argument, then there is absolutely no reason not to use it.
Not go back!
Longji says, the reason people judge people is because people are people. People weren't born to be chained by the law. Laws were born to protect the people. You're the only one here right now who can put this guy out to pasture. And that is the only way a second or a third generation of Genfos people will be born. Can you really still hesitate knowing the fate of a nation rests in your hands?
There is no limit to the law. Any limit that exists was set there by man. When a person goes beyond that limit, then the law, too, crosses into new territory. For what reasons were laws invented? The answer to that is what I must now show. I showed anyway. Ambassador Alba, I wonder if you might recognize this. Oh, I wonder what that card is. I've never seen that before in my life. Use it, huh? It's a directives card used by the leader of the ring to relay instructions to his subordinates. Oh, is that what it is? This card was sent to the real culprit behind the KG-8 incident 10 years ago. A man by the name of Mr. Manny Cochin. Oh, so why do you have such a card in your possession? And because it was hand-delivered to me by a certain great thief, the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu gave that to you. Don't talk nonsense. And let's be serious, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you have any proof that the card contains directions from the ringleader? I'll have you know that the card is not the only thing I was given. What? This contains security footage that was shot just before the start of the KG-8 incident. The KG-8 incident. And the card in the video. These two pieces of evidence are what will seal your fate. Oh, very interesting. I must admit I'm very curious now. Very curious indeed in these case-deciding pieces of evidence you're presenting. The prey the Yatagarasu has been chasing all this time now stands before me. I can't allow this man, who has had free reign for 10 long years, to simply walk away. Now is the time for me to bring to fruition the valiant spirit that was given to me. Does, huh? I said not to use it,
So, but he's using it. Okay. Huh. Interesting. Ultimately deciding to use it, huh? I don't know, huh? So, what is this interesting thing you wanted to show me? I think this goes against Miles Edgeworth's morals a little bit. Similar to the case in the Phoenix Wright where you couldn't at that time present it, but you could present it after they linked it, right? I think the illegality of it is going to come back up, though, right? So what is this interesting thing you wanted to show me? The trump card and the videotape. These two pieces of evidence together make for the ultimate hand. And this is where the real meaning behind Detective Bad's words will be realized. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. What you see here is a security footage shot just before the KG-8 murder occurred. From this footage, we know that the card is a directives card from the smuggling ring. This is a section that proves that the card was used to relay an order. What? I mean, because he has a knife in his hand.
Take that!
Take a look at this area. What about that area? Wait, what? Well, I'm about to die again, so you know, that's fun. Is it the card then? Is it?
Take that!
Okay, I guess. It was, this is what it is, and then you can see it. You can see it in the video. Got it. My bad. The killer is indeed holding a card with the exact same design on it. But that card and the one you have, just because they look the same, doesn't mean that they are, does it now? But there is a very easy way for me to prove that they are, in fact, one and the same. All we have to do is simply take a look at this. According to Detective Bad, Ambassador Alba's directive cards bear the mark of a three-legged raven. Or in other words, a Yatagarasu. I suppose this mark was the inspiration for the group's name. This dark red blood. Yes, this is your proof. Proof that the orders on this card were played out in that terrible tragedy. The blood belongs to the victim of the KG-8 incident. With a bit of DNA testing, we can very easily verify that as fact. Don't they burn the cards, though? I think it might be the other one. Maybe, I don't know. If you have no objections, then I'd like for you to take a look at this next piece of footage. This car that passed by in front of the victim's apartment building. It's an official Cadopian government car. What? Detective Gumshoe, if you could, please magnify the footage. This area, the footage directly links the smuggling ring with Cadopia. Is that a second card? Who's that? Flower? I mean, it's Manny Koshin too. Dopia?
Take that!
Okay, fine. My bad. It's gonna be putting me somewhere else. Oh wait, never mind.
Take that!
Manny Koshin or the three-leg Yogaros? No. Is it Manny Koshin then? Yeah. I got this. Because it was the flag last time. This area of the footage directly links the smuggling ring with Kadopia. Manny Koshin?
Take that!
The shape of this pocket and the directive card in it. It tells us that without a doubt, this person in this car is Mr. Koshin. And the license plate on the car was also captured by the security camera. And with it, we can easily find out who was sitting in this car on that day 10 years ago. Which is why I can say with confidence that you were riding in this car on that day. Ah! Standing up tall, huh?
Hey, you've done well.
Damn, he got really fucking proud. God damn.
You've done well. Hey, you've done well, boy, to make it this far.
No.
However, about your claim that I was riding the car at that time, that's going to be mighty difficult to prove.
How so?
The Principality of Condopia no longer exists. So naturally, all records from that time period also no longer exist.
That arrogance. What he really means is he's already erased all traces of them.
Are we finished here, boy?
That is a great twinkle you got there. The only weapon I have left to me now is this piece of footage.
Take that!
What the? Ambassador Alba.
Yes,
What is it? You were once an army man in the service of Kadopia, huh? And it was you who made the many missions you participated in successes, correct? Why the sudden backhanded praises, boy? Although, to be sure, the brilliant medals on my breast were awarded to me during the era of Kadopia. But now, I am the only one who owns this particular medal. In that case, the only person it could be who is sitting in this car is you.
How do you figure that?
By the medal captured here in this footage. It is clearly the exact same medal as the one on your chest.
What?
That's insane, like he's a doll almost. Ugh. And this is how it will be. But I won't back down. Look back. For this is the path that I have chosen.
You've moved me with your devotion to this case, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh, why is he taking such an arrogant stance with me?
It's almost looking possible, isn't
it? Damn.
For the lot of you to have come this far, it looks like I just might lose our little game this time.
You might lose the game this time. You don't get another round, Mr. Ambassador.
Is that a fact? Is that a fact?
Very well. I've decided to confess and admit my guilt.
You're going to confess?
And I will accept whatever punishment that may come as a result.
What the?
Regarding the mass second murder, I admit it. I did it out of self-defense.
You're claiming it was justified self-defense.
Damas II attacked me, and I felt that my life was in danger. If I hadn't done what I did, I might be the one you found dead instead of him.
What a pathetic performance.
I'm not giving you one.
Oh wow, you two really know how to laugh in inappropriate times. If you wish to claim it was justified self-defense, then we will need some evidence.
It's always evidence with you, isn't it? But if that's what you require, I'll provide it. That man left a mark on me when he attacked.
What?
I don't particularly want to show it off, but this is proof that it was in self-defense. I'm an old man, and sometimes I don't pay enough attention to where I should.
A wound. But Damas II didn't have a single weapon on his body.
Huh. Hold on. It's nothing to get worked up over, because I hid the weapon.
You hid it.
I'm sorry, but as you know, a murder is a murder, even if it is in self-defense. And I couldn't let it become public, seeing as how I am a ambassador. This is the weapon you seek. My special bonsai trimming speech. Cheers.
It's covered in blood.
He was trembling quite badly during our struggle. But that's when he grabbed the shears that were sitting in my office and attacked. So you see, it was an act of self-defense.
Is he right, Mr. Edgeworth? Since he has both the wound and the weapon that caused it, it's enough to declare it so. So it was justified defense. No way.
Oh, which reminds me. I guess there's still one more accusation I need to resolve. Smuggling and counterfeiting. Unfortunately, all of this, that is my secretary's doing. I had no knowledge it was going on.
Stop spewing nonsense. You're trying to throw my investigation under the bus in your desperation. If you want to get real honest, everything in this case can be connected to you.
The murder of Damas II was done in self-defense. In my trials, no man escapes his crime alive. Alive, huh? I'm getting the hint that there's something more to this, and I'm really leaning to the other ambassador. It's just, it doesn't sit right. Like, he's definitely complicit. I think it's both of them together, though, is how I'm thinking of it.
Perhaps so, if you were my opponent in court. However, there is one very important fact that I think you may have forgotten.
And what is that? Who's the secretary for this, though, too?
That's what you mean. Extraterritorial.
That's right. This embassy's on what is effectively Alabastian soil. So any trial that is to be held will be held in Alabast. Therefore, the crime I just admitted to will never be tried in your court. Agent Lang, what is Interpol's stance on this?
Agents investigate, that's our job. The judgment of people who have confessed to their crime, that's the court's job.
Gah. And I've already confessed to all my crimes, Agent Lang. Furthermore, by the very nature of my position, I have full extraterritorial rights. These rights are effective, even on your country's soil. Therefore, no matter where crime may take place, I will never stand trial in one of your courts.
That arrogance in your expression, that's nothing like the face of someone who is ready to accept the consequences. Don't tell me you have your own country's judicial system eating right out of your hands.
These crimes are all you all speak so seriously of. To me, this has been nothing more than a game. You may chase me out of this embassy with your accusations, but it's no big deal. Alabast has numerous other embassies in other countries around the world. All you would accomplish is you would change the backdrop of our little game. These 2 layers of protection and that extraterritoriality provides him. And this is why he is one of those who cannot be brought to court. You see now, don't you? I live in a whole different world than you. And now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go and fetch your eviction papers. Is there nothing we can do? To be continued? Ba-da-ba-ba. I'll save over that. He who is above the law. I can't believe it, sir. Extraterritoriality. Yes. And there's nothing we can really do about that. Good old politics playing the role. In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him to justice. I can't believe that even though we know he's the boss, we can't lay a finger on him. I know.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sorry to skip out on you, but I've got some business to take care of.
That is a direction you went in. If we can't even get an evil guy like him to slap on the wrist, then what the heck were the laws created for? What good are they? If the law can't help us, then I'll go as Yatagarasu and take care of this myself. Don't you dare.
Mr. Edgewood, sir,
Sorry, that was a bit too harsh.
I know how you feel, sir. We were trying to take on an ambassador after all. And he did tell us earlier to get out of the theater. This is kind of their country, I guess. But I feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job, huh, sir?
What am I going to do? Should I retreat for now and formulate a better plan of attack? Hold it. Come on, everyone, we can't give up yet. It's time for the 2nd generation Yatagarasu to strike. Okay. I want you to think about something for a second. We've never let up even for a second, and as long as we don't stop investigating, we might find the rotten treasure hidden here.
She's right.
Come on, Mr. Edgewood. You're right, Kay. Very well, let us reopen the investigation and see what we can find. Come on, Kay. Right behind you.
Okay, then I'll go check out Babel a bit more, sir.
And I have something that I need to further
investigate further in Alabas. They're gonna let you in? Sure. I guess so. They have mere moments, huh? Mere moments. That leaves with the Trim Neutralis to us. Now then, before I gather any more information, I should do a bit of housekeeping. Passion flower data erased from my organizer. Ambassador Alba seemed agitated over something. I wonder why. There are two special circumstances that surround the ambassador. First, the embassy itself has extraterritorial rights. If something happened on Alabastian soil, we are unable to legally prosecute him. Cool. Sounds like embassies are the perfect place to steal whatever you want. And murder Damas II. Run a smuggling operation and make counterfeit bills apparently. But I thought all the counterfeiting was done by Mr. Kochin in Babel. Yes, he apparently used the embassy's coupon printing press to do it. You know, there has been a distinct lack of paper. Of paper mentions from Alabast. But it's the same story over there anyway. Babel also has extraterritorial rights. Which brings me to my next point. The ambassador's extraterritorial rights. Those rights are effective even in our own country. Really? No matter what happens, he can never be tried in our courts. He retains some very special rights indeed. Basically, no matter what wrongs he may commit, we can't bring him to trial here. So I guess we really don't stand a chance, do we? We might stand a chance if we can somehow nullify either one of his special rights. Alright. The true finale. He who is above the law. It's a long-ass case, by the way. No leaving. Yeah, the investigation. You've come too far to give up. You must expose Ambassador Alba's misdeeds, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, of course. And we've gotta find a way to seal the truth and get it out there, for my father's sake. Yes, and we will. The reason for Ambassador Alba's nervousness must still be here somewhere. Furthermore, I need to pin down exactly what happened in here. I'll start by thoroughly examining this room for any information I can find. Mr. Edgeworth, if you don't pay attention, Ambassador Alba is gonna get away. Yes, I know. Now hurry up and do that swing thing you always do. I have no idea what you're talking about. Points finger to head. What? You don't? Oh, come on. You know what I'm talking about, that thing you do. Are you talking about logic? Yeah, that's it. So hurry up and let's swing already. Alright. It's been a bit hard to connect everything up until now by just looking. Yes. After we investigate... Hello, and welcome to the Embassy of Babel. Sorry, but I don't really need to enter your country at this time. Or right now, for a limited time, you're at the Babelese Embassy. We're offering the very special Experience the Terrifying Fire's Ashes at tour. So how about it? Shall I sign you up? We're fine, thanks. We have an investigation to run. You can see the Babelese Embassy, which is undergoing major of the... it looks like a lot of... Mr. Plano said that this work, all this work is really hard on him. He said that since Mr. Kochin passed away, that maybe I could work part-time for him. She got really chummy with that, Ambassador. What can I say? I have a good nose for money. Aw, that's cute.
These flowers were sent by Global Studios. Global Studios? And that's where they filmed the Steel Samurai television show. They've been producing hit after hit recently, so the studio's being remodeled. Oh, I read about that in the papers the other day. The mascot of theirs, yes. And he went through this. I can't investigate this, okay. Not that either. This is obviously important. This event was supposed to be a wedding between Alabas and Babel, right? I think they're more in a state of divorce. Remarried. I suppose you could call it that. Sushi Slash. Okay, and we went through this too. On the orders of Ambassador Alba, no one is allowed at Alabas. But I thought a lady with a whip passed through here not too long ago. She is from Interpol, and had the proper paperwork, sir. So, while I was reluctant, I had to let her in. Heh, sounds like Francisca, alright. Besides, if I didn't, that whip of hers. Yep, definitely Francisca. Knowing a woman by her whip, huh? This is the only thing that's different. This was taken just before the two ambassadors gave their bouquets to the Steel Samurai. This, maybe? It is this. I think that's the hilt of a knife. That's the hilt of the knife. I got it. This was taken just before the two ambassadors gave their bouquets to the Steel Samurai. Which... the knife was used to murder. The blade. Yeah. Right. Wait, is it just my... or is there something in this picture that I've seen before? It seems like Lily's at the center of this bouquet with an accent of chamomile. Wow, I can totally smell the wonderful fragrance. Okay, this is just a picture. Look, I know that, but it's nice to imagine things once in a while, you know? Where's your sense of empathy? If you can smell the fragrance of flowers from a photo, that's more like a hallucination. You don't have to be mean about it. Let's just drop this before it's in full bloom. Mr. Polano has a really great smile, don't you think? I bet he was really happy that they were going to become Cadopia again. Oh, that was Kay speaking. Become Cadopia again. Perhaps. But instead, he became the greatest victim in today's case. An ambassador like him, who's always thinking of his country, is really to be admired. And yeah, although this happened, I hope they'll be able to reunite the country someday. I hope so as well. But for that to happen, we need to solve this case first. We need to see to it that those who would harm the new Cadopia are locked away. And we will. Oh, there's that troublemaker. Standing there smack in the center making two peace signs. Oh wow! The Steel Samurai stands out even more than the two ambassadors in this picture. Oh hey! The person playing the Steel Samurai is one of your friends, right? Unfortunately. No, I have no idea who he is. Oh wait! But you just said he. You knew which gender he was, so you must know him, right? I mean, it is a soup, but I guess I won't make it hide in the soup. I beg that you please refrain from talking about that person with me ever again. I'm sure he'll come back. I can't believe he was pretending to be a harmless old grandpa. Talk about deceptive. I don't suppose anyone expected him to change that drastically. That was a massive change. I bet he... but, I mean... both ambassadors do it, you know? Things to think about. I bet he's thinking of something evil behind that cheery smile. Okay, please try to remain calm and focus on the here and now. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I got all worked up there. Well, the only way we're going to be able to steal the truth is if we keep on investigating. Finally. A Persian cyclamens and roses. Oh wow, you even know the exact species? I never would have figured you to be an expert on flowers. It's all because of those flowers that old lady sends me every month. Aww. And just look at me. I sound like some sort of botanist. So, what exactly is this yellow flower here? That one. I'm not sure. What? You don't know? As far as I can recall, I've never seen a flower like this before. I feel as though I've seen this shape somewhere before. Oh. I have to deduce it. With the knife. Eureka! Babel's national symbol is the butterfly, and Alabas is the flower. It would appear that someone is employing the old hide a tree in a forest trick. Oh, what are you mumbling to yourself about? Oh, wait, what? The handle on this knife! Ah! Yes, it's the handle that was supposed to be on the blade that killed Mr. Cochin. The weapon that killed him was carried through the Theatrum Neutralis. And the very bouquet Ambassador Alba was carrying. The flower motif. Looks like one of the petals is missing. Oh, and take a look at the weapon itself. It's missing the exact same petal. Then, the knife in this photo is most definitely the same as this murder weapon. That's all we're gonna get from there. Now it's time to logic. Something he doesn't want us to investigate. I think these two, maybe? I am gonna die, huh? Because I have no health. Oh. Let me save then real quick. Ba-da-ba-dum. He who is above the law. That's a good title. Let me try this. Fuck, I knew it. Not exactly a shining example. I think the agitated thing's like the final. So maybe undergoing renovation too. There we go. We know that the counterfeit bills were printed using the embassy's press, but the necessary materials, such as the Ablaze ink and paper, must have been hidden in a secure location. But what do you think would have happened if the renovation had begun? Well, he probably had to find a better hiding place, or get rid of it all. See, again, this implies they're working together. Right, so we can assume that the renovation was the cause of the plate and bills disposal. Okay. And the reason Mr. Cochin was killed as the ringleader, quotation marks, of the smuggling operation. Based on what we know, who do you think was the one with the most to gain? Um, Must have been hidden in a secure location. I think Elias, right? Or could be Alba too. The answer is Ambassador Polano. You really think so? But he was the one who had his embassy's office burned down. And he lost his secretary. Do you really think he profited from any of that? Fine. Ha 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 ha. It has to be Alba then. Okay, it was the obvious answer, my bad. Alba. It's the one person who has been erasing all evidence of the smuggling operation from both embassies. The co-conspirator who's mopping up. Ambassador Alba. Ambassador Alba had a very strong motive to kill Manny Cochin. Okay. The smuggling on to Cochin. This is why he's agitated. The cause of Ambassador Alba's agitation, the rotten treasure we may find. And the motive for killing Mr. Cochin. Miss Yu said it herself that she didn't kill anyone tonight. That's right. I kind of forgot about that. If we were to take her words at face value, then the reason for the ambassador's nervousness can only be one thing. He didn't want us to discover the real circumstances under which Mr. Cochin was killed. Then you mean Ambassador Alba is the real killer? Is it going to get political where he killed... Is it going to be like political where like their law, since they used to be the same country, their laws can be like, they can contradict or counterpoint argument, I don't know, contradict like each other, I guess, so they can be tried. I don't know, but I thought the two of them were friends. Maybe they were, but what if Mr. Cochin was the one who first betrayed their friendship? Oh, I get it. Wasn't Mr. Cochin pushing really hard for Mr. Polano to be ambassador after the reunification? Yes, and that was the real reason why he wanted to seal Alabast's Prima Duck statue. So Mr. Cochin hired Damas II to go seal it for him.
But when Ambassador Alba found out that what he was up to, he killed Mr. Cochin. There's definitely a possibility at this point. Those two really were thinking of no one but themselves. But the question now is, how did he do it? Ambassador Alba was in Alabast. But Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babel, right? Right. And this is what we must solve next. I believe we now understand why Ambassador Alva was so nervous and agitated. It must have something to do with where Mr. Cochin was killed. That's what I was thinking. A place where the Alabastian ambassador was likely to meet the Babelese Mr. Cochin. The Neutralis. The only place that makes sense is here, at the Theatrum Neutralis. What? Here? The Goodwill event was being held here today, correct? So, the only place that the both of them would have been, and is here. But if that's the case, then everything's changed. This theater isn't actually Alabastian land. There we go. So that wipes out one of those extraterritorial rights he has. Makes a logical sense, in which case, is reason for us to investigate further. Ah, okay. Now, to remove him as an ambassador? So what should we check out? Let's see. I believe we should check the immigration records for both Alabast and Babel post-haste. Babel's records should be easy to obtain. However, the problem will be with Alabast. I wonder if they would allow us to see their records, despite the order to vacate.
Objection!
I'm already one step ahead of you, Miles Edgeworth. Francisco. I have here the security footage from both Alabast and Babel. You would do well to take a look at his contents. Ah. Bum, bum. You move fast. Von Karma strives to be the perfect in every way. It's not in my nature to keep on retreating like this. I took the liberty of looking over the Babel investigation reports as well. From now on, he will make no excuse to back down or say that we can't solve this case. I'm sorry about earlier. We won't be beaten. Because my cute little subordinate is going to try his very best, isn't he? Aww. Huh. Hasn't she patronized me enough already for a lifetime? You deserve that one, Nedrith. It was adorable. So this video contains proof that from Alabast's immigration screening area. Ah. I really hope there's something in here that we can use. Let's see. Ba-da-ba-dum. 5:21 p.m. 5:22 p.m. 5. It is 5:23. It's not gonna hurt me though. Telling you, dude. Iron Infant. I just want to see. Oh, I don't remember all these posters. I wonder what they're for. Oh. A courthouse, almost? Hotel? I do remember a bunch of these hanging in the hallway. I believe they are related to tourism and sightseeing. In Alabast? In Alabast? Impossible. If it were Babel, I could believe that. However, no. They were posters promoting tourist traps in this country. And I believe they were mostly of Gatewater lands. Ah, okay. Interesting. I see. So they were targeted at the embassy's staff. And this man is the immigration officer who was on duty. He's making a really scary face, even though there's no one around to see it.
I wonder if he's just the grumpy sort. Although, that wouldn't do much for tourism. Hey! He smiled just a little now. I wonder if he recalled something funny. Well, even if he did, he still had that hard glare in his eyes. It appeared that he was born with stern-looking eyes. Rather fitting for someone in the security business, I'd say. I think that's... oh, the door. It's the door leading to the Theatrum Neutralis. I tried so hard to get through this door, you know, but I just couldn't get in. But it felt so great when I finally was allowed to go through. You know what I really wanted to do, though? I wanted to try sneaking my way. At least nothing seems out of the ordinary with this door. Oh, I'm not doing all of them. He's making the exact same... Wait, is it just me or is he blushing? It appears that he gets flustered around the ambassador. I guess the ambassador is well respected inside Alabas, too. You could say that. The guard doesn't appear to be capable of looking at the ambassador. Huh. The more the guy tried to keep me out, the more I wanted to get in. It's human nature. But I guess I can't complain too much. I did get let inside in the end. At least, nothing seems out of the ordinary. The guard who stopped you has been to Gatewater Land a number of times, apparently. I guess they don't have theme parks in Alabas, huh? No theme parks in Alabas? I can't believe how completely fooled I was by the way he carried himself. He had me fooled too. According to the files I had sent for earlier, Ambassador Alba was a Cadopian hero. He saved the royal family from danger countless times. So what bothers me is why would a man like that create a smuggling ring? Even with all the authority I have, I still haven't been able to figure out why. Corrupted by evil. But no matter what happened in the past, we can't let the man he is now escape justice. I mean, there's something for everybody. It appears that he is inspecting the person coming into the country. Are you kidding? It's more like he's not checking out the Steel Samurai. And then they gave me such a hard time. There are certain risks involved when you give some people preferential treatment. There certainly are a variety of posters on this one. Those are all for this country. A nation of serious people. Indeed. On the outside, he may look like the Steel Samurai, but on the inside, it's just layered. Other than the fact that it's that good for nothing, nothing else seems out of order. Wait. You know as well as I that anything can happen if he's involved. You're not suggesting that someone else could be under that mask, are you? No, I don't think that. Just before he entered here, he gave me an autograph, so I'm certain it's Larry under there. Iron if it... Doesn't something about this lump shape strike you as odd? Huh? Isn't it supposed to be this shape? No. There's clearly something odd about the bulge. I was calling this. I thought it was for the statues, but... If only we had the pushcart itself, we could compare and confirm my hunch. The bulge is unnatural. That could be the body, I guess. Next, let us check the footage from Babel's security camera. I hope it shows us something good. Phooey. There wasn't a single sign of a suspicious person or anything. That right there is the contradiction. Huh? Did I miss something? You didn't miss anything. Because there was nothing to miss. Something cut? However, what is missing is the image of Mr. Cochin entering his own country. But wasn't his body found in Babel? It would appear that the true face of our final puzzle has finally revealed itself. That's not a lot of health, but okay. He never entered for sure. I don't know if he left, but in the cart. Ambassador Alba.
I thought I had asked you and your group to vacate the premises, Mr. Edgeworth.
Actually, I thought I should let you know that this theater sits on my country's soil.
You've had your fun, and I've enjoyed our little game. I dare say that you've even achieved a new high score. However, once you've recorded a score, the same game can never be replayed again.
That's debatable.
Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Your game is done, and it's game over.
No.
Objection!
Objection. Oh, where do you think you're going at this time of night?
After admitting to my crime, I was overcome with regret. So I am heading to the airport now to return home.
I'm afraid I can't let you do that. There are still too many issues we need to discuss with you. Also, Lang is definitely going after, Polano. I think I know what it is. Lang went to Polano, is having the country reunited so that they can make Polano the ambassador of Cadopia, and then that means he's no longer an ambassador, and that means that removes his thing, probably. There's too many issues we need to discuss with you.
You can't stop me, Mr. Edgeworth, and you know it.
There's Polano. Oh, please, may I have a little bit of your time, Ambassador Alba?
Ambassador Polano.
Even just a teeny tiny bit is fine with me, of course. The already strained relationship between our countries is in a precarious situation, you know.
Very well. If you insist. I will play just one more round with them and see what they want.
Not
that they'll ever get any farther.
Ambassador Polano. Ah, Mr. Edgeworth. All I wish is for the normalization of relations between our two countries, of course. But there is one person standing in the way of that dream. I believe in you. You'll do what's right, of course. Thank you for your vote of confidence.
Huh. Now then, what was it you wanted to ask me about? I do have a flight to catch after all. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to limit you to just one question.
That's more than enough, because I only have one question in it. I want to hear your alibi about how you couldn't have killed Mr. Manny Cochin.
Oh, I see. You seem to have a good hand this time around. This should be fun.
This really is the very last chance we have to bring him down. Let me plop a save really quickly. Those who are above the law. Alba's alibi. I won't allow even an atom-sized contradiction to slip by. Let's see it.
Frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to the point, I was in Alabas the whole time. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babel. That is my alibi.
So that is your alibi.
That is correct. It's simply not possible for me to have committed a crime in Babel. Now that we have cleared that up, I'd appreciate it if you would move out of my way.
Hold it!
I said hold it. What is it this time? I thought I told you I'd only allow one question.
You did. But you still have yet to answer my one question.
What?
Until you tell us the truth, I will refuse to budge an inch from where I'm standing.
Heh, very well. I'll play with you just a little longer.
Miles Edgeworth, as my subordinate and representative of this country's prosecutors, you are forbidden to lose. Of course. This is something I've understood from the start. That guy's the one who ordered my father killed, isn't he? Yes, I believe so. The goal of the first Yatagarasu was the capture of the smuggling ring's leader, my father, and Uncle Bad. Their legacy will live on through me. So that's why we've just got to catch him, okay? We will, I promise. Now, Ambassador Alba, let's have at the truth now, shall we?
No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same. Frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion.
Being the leader of a smuggling ring while taking on the duties of ambassador's ship. Don't you think that the combination is more than enough reason for suspicion? Where's your proof? Then there's the matter of the crossbow arrows in the primate duck statue.
Objection! All of that is nothing more than your flights of fancy.
What do you mean by that? Fellow smugglers. It's not a hypothesis. Earlier we proved it to be what happened.
Well, let's leave that to one side for now, because it doesn't change the fact that I have no motive.
Oh, so you really had no reason to kill Mr. Cochin. If you want to
suppose I had one, then why not? I'll indulge you. After all, this is nothing more than a silly game to me.
Even if that's how you see things, I'd appreciate if you would take me seriously.
I'm sorry. I suppose you are in a bit of a pickle. Very well. A game is no fun if the playing field isn't level. Therefore, I formally claim that I had no motive to kill. Now, let's see you disprove it.
How can he stand there looking proud when he knows he killed another human being? Well, I'm not going to stand by and just watch him get away with his crimes. In that case,
what motive would I have to kill my co-conspirator?
You seriously, just because you were partners, that you had no motive to kill?
I'm only following your hypothetical scenario to its logical conclusion.
Looks like he's not going to admit it himself that he was in league with Mr. Cochin. I suppose not. But I do know his relation to the smuggling ring and to Mr. Cochin. You mean he's the ringleader, and that Mr. Cochin was his subordinate, right? Ringleader uses Babel easy. Because the cards burn green. I think this is... I'm fully committing. I think it's the other... I think it's Helena. But I don't know. I don't know. Like, he's obviously implicit. I don't know if he's the real ringleader, though, is how I'm feeling about it. Correct. And I know more than just that. Miss Von Karma, I'm sure you remember the safe in Mr. Cochin's office, correct? Yes, the safe had 2 compartments to it, didn't it? Yes. And why do you think those stolen goods were being stored in Mr. Cochin's office? Could it be because he was trying to cheat Ambassador Alba behind his back? So, Mr. Cochin didn't turn the goods over, but decided instead to keep them for himself. I suppose that's possible. It seems to me that both men were only concerned with their own wealth and well-being. And that means that maybe they didn't have a trusting relationship after all. What Ambassador Alba had to gain, I believe that is his motive for killing Mr. Cochin. What are you people whispering about amongst yourselves over there? I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Now then, let's continue with your testimony.
Hold it!
Uh-huh. And what exactly did you do while you were in Alabas? I had a meeting with the Steel Samurai, and then I arranged a few files. Around that time, the thief who was sneaking in took me by surprise.
Objection!
Are you saying that it was Damas II that made the first move? Yes, and it was after I was attacked that I had hit him on the head with the Primate Duck statue. Unfortunately, he died from the blow, but it was an act of justified self-defense, of course. Calling it that doesn't cover up what you really did. Cover up? No, my boy. I'm not covering up anything. I'm telling the truth. You weren't planning to admit it, which is why you tried to frame the Steel Samurai. If you weren't an ambassador, I'd be letting my whip fly loose on you right now. I am terribly sorry that I didn't clean up the body better, but I am a busy man. I had a speech to give in the Rose Garden after that, you know.
Objection!
Yeah, despite that, you still had time to kill Mr. Cochin, didn't you? You set up the lights, too. Ah, well... if he's the accomplice, the ringleader, the accomplice? Would the ringleader really be the accomplice?
Objection!
A man is evil, and I'm sure you all are familiar with the facts, but Mr. Cochin was killed in Babel while I was all the way in Alabast. Simply not possible for me to have killed him. You insist that it's not possible for you to have killed Mr. Cochin in Babel. And you are correct. Oh, I thought you would put up a bit more of a fight. But if you must concede to me, The only thing I am conceding is that it's not possible for you to have killed him in Babel, specifically. I am not conceding that your alibi is the truth.
Oh, I see. However, no matter how you try, and know that you can't crush my alibi.
It'd be wise not to underestimate a prosecutor in this country.
We'll see about that.
So, Mr. Cochin was a friend of Ambassador Alba. If that's true, then why did the ambassador kill him? It's not like in that case of my father where he ordered someone to do it. The problem we have here is we don't know what their exact relation is. Indeed, if they had complete trust in each other, then there's no motive for murder. However, both men were very selfish, and I believe that is from where his motive arose. We can't really present the selfishness of it. This could be it. What motive would I have to kill my co-conspirator? I think the letter could be it. There's a lot to this one. Fuck. Okay. Could be this. Got it in one, baby. That was a hard one too, I think. It was supposed to be. If you want to know, I believe you did have a motive to kill. It was because Mr. Cochin had betrayed you. But you had your own reasons too. Namely, you wanted to pin the smuggling all on him. Evil begets evil. And because you were trying to test each other, it turned into this mess. This is the same as the Man for Von Karma voice.
I don't believe this.
You had a bad penchant for telling tall tales, Mr. Prosecutor.
And if you're not, then I suppose you have some proof to support your argument.
I never use guesswork in moving my cases forward. It has been proven that this note was written by Mr. Cochin's hand. Shall we take a look at it? The content of the note is a request calling for the theft of Alabaster Permit Duck's statue. By killing him and pushing all of the guilt for the smuggling onto him, you walk away spotless. I believe you understand what I'm driving at. You had more than a few reasons to kill him.
Objection. Are you finished with hypothesizing, boy?
Excuse me.
Let's suppose I did have a motive. Even so, a motive or a thought alone can't kill. Isn't that right?
I didn't expect him to resort to playing the semantics game with me. It appears that this is where the real battle will begin.
Now then, if you will excuse me.
Wait, what?
I told you from the very beginning, didn't I? You only get one question.
Ambassador Alba, if you could, please give us just a little bit more of your time, of course. It doesn't matter what kind of man Manny was. He was my supporter. Which is why I would like for us to figure out the real cause of his death.
That is something for Babel to figure out. and something to which I have no relation to. Ah, of course. And now he's even turning down a request from Ambassador Polena. I'm very sorry, but it seems that now even my voice falls on deaf ears. There's no need for you to apologize, Ambassador Polena. We must find some way to stop him from leaving. Where'd Lane go, then? If it wasn't for Polena. Seems there are no further objections. In that case, please allow me to return home.
Longji says,
Get back here. Oh. Hold it right there, Ambassador Alba. Okay. Like I said, Mr. Edgeworth, the Yatagarasu's legacy will live on through me. Yes, but how do you suggest we stop him from leaving? You just leave that to me. Ambassador Alba, do you recognize this? No, and why should I recognize that tattered old organizer? I do. Wait, where have I seen this before? That is a clue my father, Byron Faraday, left for us. Did you say Byron Faraday? Mr. Faraday's organizer. Don't tell me this is the one from the second KGA, isn't it? The one in which he wrote about the Yatagarasu's key. Yeah, this organizer belonged to the prosecutor. You had Miss Yu killed 7 years ago. I have no idea what you're talking about. You say that like it was related to me, of course. Inside this organizer, he wrote up every detail of every evil thing you did. What an amusing little girl you are. But that sort of trickery won't work on me. If you won't believe me, then take a look at this. And what is that toy there? That's... This thievery device was used by the Yatagarasu, or rather, by my father. She's got the wind on her side. 7 years ago, he used this when he snuck into this embassy. What? These two pieces of evidence that hold information the Yatagarasu dug up on you. If you go home now, I won't hesitate to send it all to Alabast, right behind you. Little girl, get to the point. I want you to go up against Mr. Edgeworth one more time. If you win, then I'll hand over these two pieces of evidence. Yatagarasu, even ever the thorn in my side. Okay, does that organizer really contain information? Any information on his dirty dealings? It's nothing case-breaking, really. Ah, then it was just a bluff. Even if it was. We still can't let all of the info my father and Uncle Bad found go to waste, you know? Plus, just the existence of Little Thief is troublesome enough for him. Ah, those two pieces. Aren't they keepsakes of your father? It's okay. I believe in Mr. Edgeworth. He'll come out on top in the end. Okay. When the going gets tough, someone's got to be there to put the wind back in your sails. After all this time, you're still quite the feisty one. I applaud your powerful nature. I can't be shown up by that. I refuse to lose this too. Ambassador Alba, you won't be returning home until you give us further testimony. How dare you all, barring a person like me. Ambassador Alba, your testimony if you please. All right, but this is the absolute last. Then, even if you use all the power of Ambassador Paleno's office, you won't stop me. I can't let this opportunity K has created for me to go to waste. Here we go. The last time I met with Mr. Koshin was here at the Theatrum Neutralis. After that, I was in Alabas the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Koshin again after that. So you see, there is no time span in which I could have killed him, wouldn't you agree? And implied he was not. If he brought him from battle to Alabas, that means he was knocked out and placed inside by someone. And now, since you people were practically begging, I'll allow you to question me. What an arrogant old man. Yes, but no matter. We can't allow this change to escape us. I will warn you, though. You've reached the end of my patience. Don't waste my time with any inane questions and you will be punished. Ah, well, that just means save before I press him. Now I will not be punished. Oh? So any needless pressing or presenting will hurt our case, huh? In that case, the only thing you can do is present the correct evidence. Understood? Of course, I don't intend to let him intimidate me. I know Mr. Koshin was killed before he returned to battle. In which case, there's only one statement to which I need to present the evidence. Let me see what happens if I try. Because I'm gonna press him, of course.
Hold it!
You met with the. I was watching the Steel Samurai, as was Mr. Koshin, who was sitting nearby. I've been meaning to ask why invite the Steel Samurai as a guest for an embassy event. I like Steel Samurai Daddy, so I asked for him to be at the event. I see, so it was by Ambassador Alba's request. No, wait! I'm not finished yet.
Jack shot.
You're not very good at listening, are you? I told you I don't have time to listen to a bunch of useless questions. Then blown away. I'm still gonna press on. I'll reload, but... And do you have anyone who can testify that you never left Alabast after that? Of course I do. I was in front of a large crowd to give my speech, wasn't I? Because he's not lying about being in Alabast the whole time. Yes, as long as he is willing to admit to Master, then I suppose so. But he keeps saying that it was justified self-defense. Oh, I get it. Okay, so what if we pretend to be the real Quds? And then tripped into Mr. Metals really hard. That count as self-defense, right? That's not self-defense, that's just being careless. Oh, well, you never know until you try. I suggest that you don't. She was ready for that. That was a gloves adjusting? Alright. Especially since you don't. You've given me a statement of a 10. Now then, will that be all? Told you. That just means I save. Cheating the system. Because I miss out, you miss out on like dialogue like that if you don't get a press. Like, of course I'm gonna press. It's obviously pretty much the security camera. Did not see Mr. Koshin again after that.
Hold it!
So you never saw Mr. Cochin again after you left the theater? That's correct. I'm an incredibly busy man, you know. So it's more likely that Mr. Cochin ran into Ambassador Palladium. Even now, you would push his murder onto someone else. How dare you, saying that I would kill Manny. Ambassador Alba, I demand that you refrain from making baseless conjectures. I was merely offering a possibility. No, this won't do. I can already see this turning into an international incident. In any case, what I need to do is stay positive. Objection! Nope, I certainly can't listen. Wouldn't you agree? Your alibi is there. Is that there was no time span in which you could have killed Mr. Cochin. Yes, because I was in the theater watching the stage show. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. You remember seeing him sitting in the audience? I'm sorry, but I don't remember anything outside of what was going on stage. You shouldn't have been so focused on the show and paid attention to your surroundings. Mr. Edgeworth. It is a fact that Ambassador Alba came to the theater. But I guess you didn't know that because you didn't see him at the Samurai show. Oh well, I do recall that he and you had a photo shoot with the Steel Samurai. It looks like you are finally beginning to understand. Now then, will that be all? It certainly will be. Right after I reload the save. Ah, got him. Anyway, okay. I actually kind of don't know what I need for it. There's only one statement I need. Alright. So I need the... No, Mr. Cochin was killed before we returned to Babel. It's true. I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that. There's no time span in which I could have killed him. Wouldn't you agree? Knife? You already committed the murder at this point. Time span. Knife?
Objection!
Does it now? Not that it really matters to me either way. Are you really sure my I think it is the time frame. Could it be the security cameras then?
Objection!
No. Fuck, dude, okay. I think it's how I need to say he was killed during the thing, right? But how do I say that? Alba's alibi. Alright. Was here at the Theatrum Neutralis. I believe that to be correct. Alabas the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. It's probably the murder weapon? I don't know. I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that. It's gotta be the no time span thing. How do I say no time span though? There we go. Okay. It was the picture. Fuck. I'd like you to take a look at this picture. It's a rather nice picture, isn't it? It was to commemorate the restoration of relations between our nations. Oh, it's a commemorative, all right. One that captures the proof I need to show that it was you who committed the murder. Come again. This is the knife that killed Mr. Cochin. I see you recognize it. As well you should, for it was you who brought it to this theater. You hid it among the flowers you were to give the Steel Samurai, meaning that you killed the Manny Koshin here at the theater. It's time for me to catch my flight.
Objection!
We're not through yet.
Objection!
It's game over for you, Mr. Edgeworth. But I thank you for the entertainment. No matter how passionately you orate, the end result will still be the same. I won't be returning to this country ever again. He's got a menacing theme song. That's right, this man is an ambassador, and he has extraterritorial rights. No matter how hard we chase after him, we won't be able to have him tried in court. Ah, yes, that's exactly the face you should be making. The face of a worthless cub. No. Lang. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I must bid you farewell. The courts. Is there no one who can lay a finger on this man? Is this really the end? There he is. Agent Lang. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Prosecutor. Get out of my way. My plane is scheduled to take off soon. Sorry, but you're not going anywhere, Mr. Alba. You did it. I'm through playing games with you people. You can't touch me. If you do, it would spark an international incident, Agent Lang. Sorry, but no, it wouldn't. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Good job holding the fort down until I got back. So, Mr. Alba, your diplomatic immunity has just been revoked. What do you mean, revoked? Spare me this nonsense and let me through. Long she says. Before aiming for the throat, chew the neck shield off first. Interpol headquarters in the Imperial household of the Kingdom of Alabast. Took a while to get things rolling, but they finally moved on it. The Imperial household? You, what have you done? You have been relieved of your duties as ambassador, Mr. Alba. What? Effective today, effective right now. And you have Mr. Prosecutor's videotape to thank for this. On the video, the Yatagarasu protected. You can't be arrested simply because you're an ambassador. In that case, I thought I'd strip you of that title. You underestimated me, a descendant of the founder of the detainment philosophy Longji. 4,000 years of deeply entrenched connections and networks around the world have really paid off. It can't be. I don't believe it. How could you, Quercus? My ambassadorship has been revoked.
Oh, looks like you're finally coming to grips with your new state.
Woohoo! Looks like he's turned docile again. He's probably in shock from the loss of his shield. What a shame. I had so wanted to use my whip on him.
Why is this happening to me? I'm just a hard-working, honest ambassador.
Do you really think you can still pull that on us now? We've already ripped away the mask and seen who you really are, Mr. Alba.
One final showdown. No, I won't be stopped now.
He still intends to fight us.
So what if I'm no longer an ambassador? You still don't have any evidence on me. The fact remains that you cannot arrest me.
Heh, I'd expect no less from you, the boss of the smuggling ring. Well, the rest is up to you, Mr. Prosecutor.
Understood.
You say that I killed Mr. Cochin in the theater. But even if that's true, then there was a knife in my bouquet. I left that bouquet in the theater. So anyone could have taken it out from there and used it, right? Besides, the claim that he was killed here itself is odd. After all, wasn't his body discovered in Babel? Are you claiming that I carried his body all the way over there? Preposterous.
Objection!
I'll be the one to prove whether it's preposterous or not. Thank you very much.
Gah.
Ex-Ambassador Alba, are you ready? Because this is no game. This is war. Alba's Alibi Part 3, baby! Conveniently dropped pin.
I killed Mr. Cochin in this theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet. I left that bouquet in the theater, and anyone could have taken the knife from there. Besides, Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babel, right? There is no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Babel. Look, don't you think you've had enough fun with me? You've already stolen my ambassadorship from me. Would you have me surrender too?
That's exactly.
You have no plans to ever return to this country, isn't that right? And did you know that a bunch of your subordinates are seeking asylum because of you?
As if I care.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, boot this guy out of the embassy and we can finally end everything.
I know. And I will give it my all to see that he leaves in handcuffs. And without the title of ambassador, he is just another witness. Yes, just another witness for my whip. Alright, what are we waiting for? Let's get this guy.
And get him good.
I wonder if they understand that all I can do is present evidence to the testimony.
I'm a press him. I killed Mr. Cochin in this theater.
Hold it!
That's right. As I explained earlier, the commemorative photo shows that you had the knife on your personage.
Objection!
You have no proof that the bouquet was prepared by me, isn't that right?
Excuse me.
The fact that there is a knife in the bouquet was something I wasn't aware of.
Not so fast.
What a pathetic excuse. The weapon that was used in one of your national treasures. It isn't exactly something anyone other than you could touch, let alone take.
I allowed some of my trusted subordinates to handle them. It could have been my secretary.
That's the second time he's mentioned a secretary that we have no idea who is.
You're an even bigger slimeball than I thought.
You would push the guilt of Mr. Cochin's murder onto one of your subordinates.
In any case, the fact that the knife was in the bouquet means nothing.
Hold it.
Left it in the theater. You still wish to deny your actions.
And you still wish to deny reality and accuse me of murder.
What? I am not in denial. Even though he's not an ambassador anymore, he's still got a real bad attitude. I believe it's because he's no longer an ambassador that he can let himself speak freely. Oh? Well, if he's not holding anything back, then neither should I. Wait, for the sake of the case, please refrain from what I think you're about to do.
Ah, quite the pair of frightening women you are. But I digress.
Frightening woman indeed. Discovered in Babel. Even if he was found in Babel, he was killed somewhere else.
Objection.
Stop bluffing, because you can't prove what you're claiming. If this were court material in my country, you'd have already been removed from the room.
Are you taunting us on purpose? Because I'd be happy to show you my claws.
Hold it.
Hold on, Agent Lang. Allow me to fight him my way with evidence.
Heh. I like your style, kid. I was just joking. I'm not so easily ruffled by the likes of him.
Too bad. Though I'm no longer an ambassador, it still could have been an international incident.
You had the will to threaten us with that mouth of yours, and perhaps you can use it to return to the testimony.
Oh, very well. But to be fair, you should watch what you say as well.
No way to transport the body.
Hold it.
Is that really so? You could easily blackmail your subordinates to be quiet and then move the body.
Objection.
I think it was Sheena that could have moved it. That's quite an
That's quite an insult to me and my subordinates. And I'm afraid we can't have that. It's very difficult to enter my embassy, as the guards always conduct a thorough check. If someone so much as makes an unnatural movement, it would arouse their suspicion.
Come to think of it, there wasn't anything unnatural about him in the footage. Wait, let me think about that for a second. Mr. Alba said the guard would have been if someone acted unnaturally. By the same token, that guard would not become suspicious if someone were to act naturally. Naturally, of course. If we retrace Mr. Alba's movements, we should find some hint to solving this case. Oh well, right after the Steel Samurai suit, he went back to Alabasta, right? From there, he started preparing for his speech in the Alabastian embassy. It does sound like it wasn't possible for him to have gone to the Babylese embassy. He couldn't have gone to Babel, but the body didn't remain at the theater either. Is it possible that the body was temporarily taken to a different location first? I think they're talking about the security camera footage.
Objection.
Yep. Actually, I do believe there was a way to transport the body out of the theater. Perhaps you should give this a look.
What is that supposed to be?
It's footage from a security camera that captured the state of the immigration area. Naturally.
Should I congratulate you on getting your hands on it?
I think not. And just letting you know that we're not the only ones watching your every movement.
Thank you for the warning.
Now, if you could take a good look at this section here. This lump here inside the pushcart. You know what's causing it.
Should I? Because I don't.
In that case, allow me to enlighten you. This is the cause of the unnatural lump under the cloth in the pushcart. The body?
Take that!
What is the meaning of showing me that?
It's to say that the unnatural bulge in the pushcart is Mr. Cochin's body, of course. You had the Steel Samurai wheel his body away from the real crime scene.
What a guess. But I wonder if you have any evidence to support it.
I admit that for now it is but a hypothesis, however.
If you can't prove it, then I'm afraid I must be on my way. I don't have any more time to play with you people.
Gumshoe! That's my go, bro. That's him. Gumshoe always. God damn.
Sorry I took so long, Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
Gummy. Detective Gumshoe, is that the Steel Samurai's pushcart? When do you leave?
Yes, sir. I found it in the open-air stage area, sir.
So that's where you went. The detective spirit that Pops left me with. Aww.
I thought I'd follow my gut and go with it, sir.
So, Mr. Edgeworth, is this worth anything to the case? Yes. It just might play a major role in solving this case, Detective. But something isn't right. I thought the entire samurai family was in Alabas. How'd it return? Where exactly in the open-air stage did you find this pushcart?
I found it just lying there on the edge of the stage, sir.
Oh. Well, let's leave that for now and examine what's the inside, Detective.
Yes, sir.
Use this to push this pushcart to wheel Iron Infant around. And the Iron Infant is the Steel Samurai and Pink Princess's kid, right? Yes, he made an appearance at the end of the stage show. It was a rather fitting ending to the whole thing. That the Steel Samurai was unwittingly forced to move the body is just unforgivable.
It's blood, sir.
And this must be Mr. Cochin's blood, which only goes to prove that Mr. Cochin's body was indeed transported by this pushcart. That means it went to Alabas. How to get to Alabas to... How to get from Alabas to Babel, though. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Cochin at this theater, and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then... you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you.
Objection!
I forced him to move the body into Alabas. What nonsense! Why would I bother to do such a thing?
Objection!
You were scheduled to make a speech in Alabas, meaning it was difficult for you to make a stop in Babel. However, What if you move the body to Alabas? Because it was your embassy. You could keep an eye on it and tamper with the evidence. And then you smuggled it out of Alabas.
No!
If I can show how you moved the body from Alabas to Babel, then I win.
But you can't. The security between the two countries is incredibly tight.
I'll be the one to judge whether I can or cannot prove it. And so I ask you to provide us the testimony regarding your movements after you return to Alabas. Miles Edgeworth, have you figured it out? You know how the body was moved. To be honest, I have nothing to support my hypothesis at this time. However, I don't believe I made a mistake in my logic up to this point. Which means there's no question that can't be answered, right? The primitive duck statue was smuggled successfully through a brief flight through the air. So why shouldn't there be an answer to as to how the body was moved? Which means there must be a logic flaw somewhere I can exploit. I think this is the empty security camera of the Ablaze embassy, but I don't know how they did it though, so.
After I reunited, returned to Alabas, I had my picture taken with the steel samurai shaking hands.
And then, just as I was about to start my speech,
the Yatagarasu appears. I feared for the national treasures, so I raced back to my office.
Is that all?
Yes, that's all.
Objection!
Yatagarasu, huh? It looks like you left out a few things, such as the murder of Damax II. Furthermore, you left out the part about meeting me in your office.
Those trifling matters.
I don't believe I need to speak of those things again.
I do so hate to waste time.
What? You. Is not every life precious?
Do you really think... Do you really need me to answer that for you?
Objection!
He dodges the question. People like you cannot be allowed to wander freely through society.
Then you'd better try hard, because I doubt you'll find a single contradiction.
He's really full of himself, isn't he? Yes, he is. How can he be so confident at a time like this?
Come, don't be shy. Go ahead and ask whatever you'd like.
Ask whatever I'd like, huh? 3 statements, all we get. Alba's movements.
I had my picture taken with the steel samurai shaking hands.
So why was it only with the steel samurai? I thought the pink princess was also around.
The pink princess was suffering from a bad hip at the time, and the doctors recommended that she rest.
Wow, so you do have a soft side after all.
The pain of a bad hip. I suppose none of you can really understand how it feels.
Oh, so you tend to strain your back as well, huh?
But isn't that just because you're normally all hunched over?
True. Is it your own fault? He did need to keep up the act no matter what, I suppose.
The point of this is not to discuss my back problems. For about 15 minutes after our handshake, I was in my office preparing for the speech. The Yatagarasu appears. Oh.
Hold it!
We set up the Yatagarasu, huh? That Yatagarasu was just a trick that you has set up. An most amusing joke. And how do you suppose that I set it up? If you really wanted to know, I can explain it to you in detail. You arrange the spotlights in the rose garden so that when you were to take the stage, the audience would see the Yatagarasu shadow. Oh, that is an interesting tale. Sadly, it has nothing to do with me.
You. What's it going to take for you to fess up to anything?
Very well then, let's move on to a different question. After the Yatagarasu appeared, what was the state of the Rose Garden? Everyone took refuge inside the embassy. I even helped with the effort. And then, once everyone was inside, well, I feared for the national treasures, so I raced back to my office. And what happened after you returned to your office? I don't want to keep on repeating this. However, upon my return, I had that stroke of bad luck and bumped into the masked man.
Objection!
I don't want to keep on repeating this either. But his name was Damas II. Huh. Who cares what he was called? By the time he got to the Primaduck statue that he was supposed to steal, it had already been swapped for the fake. Talk about an unlucky man being bludgeoned to death with a fake statue. How do you know it's a fake? Miss Von Karma is really letting her whip fly now. I think the scary part is her silence while she's doing it. She must be at the limit of her patience as well. But physical attacks are meaningless here. Only evidence will suffice. That we don't have. I can't find a single flaw in his argument. At this rate, I won't be able to prove that he is actually guilty of anything. Are we finished here? Miles Edgeworth, can you not come up with how the body was moved to Babel? Sir. Mr. Edgeworth.
Even after proving so much, is he going to get away with it?
Nah. Is this the end? It appears that we made it just in time. It would be great honor if you would allow us to be your allies in battle. I love it. Here's the Iron Infant. Evil Magistrate, it is time for you to pay. It's the Steel Samurai. No, you are mistaken, for I am Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of Neo Old Tokyo. And this is Pink Princess Mommy. Mommy? Edgy Poo. No. The two people that I wanted to see the least. Larry, what are you two doing here? Huh? Way to show your gratitude, Edgy. We just wanted to help, yeesh. I'm gonna get the bad guy. Go away. With a single thrust of my samurai? How can you be so mean to us, Edgy Poo? All three of us came to lend a hand, and this is how you treat us. Oh, well, isn't this grand? And I see they managed to find the Iron Infant.
Does that really matter right now? Hey! Is it just me, or is the Iron Infant completely soaked? Oh yeah, man. I found him in Babel, but he was in the middle of the pool. That's what I was thinking. Wait a second. Larry, go back to what you just said. Huh? Oh, it appears that we made it. Not that far back. Something about finding the Iron Infant in Babel. And he found it in a pool. I don't recall there being one in Babel. Oh, that! Oh, well, I was in Alabasta the whole time. So I have no idea how the young infant wound up in Babel. I thought I had lost him in the Rose Garden. But I guess maybe this cute can swim, huh? Wait, what? Larry, you lost the Iron Infant in the Rose Garden? Are you sure about that? Yeah, I'm sure. But I found him in.
Hold it!
That's enough, Larry. Larry saves the day, too! The Iron Infant that Larry lost managed to move between the two countries. Furthermore, the Iron Infant was found soaked in the middle of a pool. This is what I've been looking for. It's another smuggling route between the countries. The key to the route the Iron Infant took to travel from Alabasta is... bilateral symmetry? It's gotta be bilateral symmetry. Nothing else makes sense? I just say whatever. Bilateral symmetry? Ah, that's right. This embassy was built with bilateral symmetry. Okay, now I understand. There's a pool under the fucking sage. Detective Gumshoe. Yeah, yes, sir. There is a location I wish for you to examine post-haste. It is where I believe the route used to smuggle Mr. Cochin's body lies. Does something like that really exist, sir? An embassy built on bilateral symmetry, meaning that this is where we need to examine.
Take that!
Yes, sir. I'll be right back before you know it. It's too late. It doesn't matter what you do. It's all a waste of time.
God, I lost his voice. Fuck.
You will stay here with us and wait.
What?
Damn, a phone call? This is Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth, it's here, sir.
There is a reservoir here, just like in the Rose Garden, sir. Just as I suspected. What is it? The two sides of this embassy are mirror images of each other. Which means that there is also a pool at the corresponding location of the Babelese side. Mr. Cochin's body was moved into Babel through the pool in Alabasta.
Objection!
Avoiding the topic with a vague answer.
Oh, like that is an unbecoming of a prosecutor. If you don't mind, I'd like to see more physical proof, if you have any.
The Iron Infant is positively soaked in water. Why do you think that is? It's because he was fished up out of a pool. And not just any pool. It was the Babelese one. I think it's pretty obvious at this point what must be true. I thought of this. The water reservoirs in the two courtyards are connected.
Objection!
And where's your proof that the two sides are connected?
Objection!
The Iron Infant, as I just said. The proof is right there before your eyes. The half-drowned Iron Infant.
What? That's this blasted doll! Mr. Edgewood, sir, I'm back. Hey, what happened? Don't tell me. You guys figured everything out without me.
It's all thanks to you. We did. Thanks to this hero of justice's son. Even if he is just a doll, he managed to help foil the villain.
Not so fast!
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Look, I don't want to say this, but it's kind of unlikely that the body just happened to have passed on through to Babel. This guy's a doll, and he's small, so I can believe it made it, but
He has a point.
Yes, that's right. I'm glad someone here understands. Mr. Edgeworth, are you going to next propose that a dead body can swim through a pipe?
you see, Mr. Prosecutor, our chase after this man is far from over.
Agent Lang. Why is he helping Mr. Alba out now? He's not. He realized the flaw in my argument and is helping to move the logic along. In which case, I should return the favor and find an answer.
And another thing, Mr. Koshin's body was found in his office in Babel. So what happened to his body after it was transported to the open-air stage?
Mr. Alba had an accomplice in Babel, remember?
You mean Sheena, right?
With her there, you can see how it is possible to move the body up to the office.
Objection!
Are you seriously claiming that she swam through the connecting pipe with the body?
He's right. Miss Sheena would drown if she did that. It's hard to imagine that she swam through the connecting pipe.
It looks like your hypothesis about the body was moved, how the body was moved, is still only half-baked. In the end, it's all just the befuddled musings of an accusatory man. Ha! Now then, I believe you should give up and allow me passage. Because, from the start, there was no feasible method of transporting the body.
What?
Mr. Prosecutor, recall Sheena's movements.
What was happening in the embassy around the time Miss Sheena was in Babel? Oh! If only there was a way to get rid of the water in the pool. Get rid of the water. Aha, that's it.
Now I believe this time we really are done, right?
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, it's far from over, Mr. Alba.
You are a most persistent man. Are you saying that you thought of a way to move the body through the water?
Move the body through the water. That is completely unrelated to how it was done.
Excuse me?
The reason I say this is because there wasn't any water there at the time.
What do you mean there wasn't any water?
Just what it sounds like. Tonight's events made it possible to drain the water, allowing the body to be moved.
Take that!
Tonight, the Yatagarasu set fire to a variety of locations in the Babelese embassy. In order to put the fires out, much of the reservoir's water was used. Of course, when the water was used, the reservoir's water level went down. If enough water was drained, the connecting pipe could be used to traverse the border.
Objection!
Huh. So what? The water level went down.
The reservoirs were connected.
Does any of this matter?
You can't prove any of this.
Huh. Pretending to be ignorant won't work with me. We both know what kind of situation we're in right now. Even in a game, there comes a critical game-changing moment. A moment in which you hit a wall that you must overcome in order to beat the game.
I haven't lost yet.
I've found the route you used to smuggle the body, and that route will lead to your defeat.
Even if all the water was used by the firefighting effort, you still can't really call that a smuggling route.
I know that.
I should have figured that you would notice. Hey, Mr. Alba, how deep are those pools anyway?
I'll have you know those pools are extremely deep. And there are no ladders or footholds along the walls either.
It would be difficult for Sheena to hold the body and climb up out of the pool.
Ladders or footholds along the water. There was no need for such a thing.
What do you mean?
If one were to use a certain something, they could go up or down in the pool at will.
Oh, it looks like you've got an answer already. Well, what are you waiting for, Mr. Prosecutor? Enlighten us already.
The way in which Machina and the body were able to rise up to ground level. There was a way to control the water level. That could be the way the body was moved. Up and down in the pool. Up and down in the pool. Up and down in the pool, up and down in the pool. I know the water refills, but maybe the water refilling, the fountain sprouts. Let me go with this.
Take that!
Mr. Alba used the fountain spouts in a manner of speaking.
He used the fountain spouts? How so?
The water level in the pool can be controlled by opening and closing the spouts. Miss Sheena and the body were lifted upward by the buoyancy in the water. That's why the cart was in the right. Upward by their buoyancy in water. The fire on the Ablaze side and the firefighting effort. These were set in motion all for the sake of smuggling Mr. Cochin's body.
Oh, yeah.
Shall I show you where the final destination of my train of logic leads? First, Mr. Alba closed the fountain spouts in advance in preparations of things to come. And then he took the pushcart that was brought to the Rose Garden and pushed it along with the Iron Infant and Mr. Cochin's body into the pool. At this time, Miss Sheena was busy conveniently starting the first fire in Babel. She then made for the open-air stage pool to wait for the firefighting effort to begin. When the firefighters used the water in that pool, the water level went down. And by the time the fire was put out, the pipe between the two pools was exposed. Move it over. This is when she pushed the pushcart over from Alabasta into Babel. Once that was accomplished, Mr. Alba simply opened the fountain spout once more. That's why the cart was left there. Wait. We still have to get the cart back in the Steel Samurai's hand. Oh, wait, no. What? I'm worried about when the Steel Samurai left Babel to Alabas with the cart. Is that beforehand? Before the speech? Before this? Possibly, but And the water level rose up to its original level, along with Miss Sheena in the body. That doesn't make sense. Because it's sunk in this condition, but then it rose? Okay. After that, Miss Sheena used the pushcart to carry the body up to the Secretariat's office. There is an elevator in the embassy after all, so you see. Even with her small frame, she could have easily transported Mr. Cochin's body. And that wraps up my thorough explanation of how the body was moved. Ugh. No! Well, ex-Ambassador Alba, what do you think? Not so untouchable without your precious extraterritorial rights to protect you, are you? I knew you could do it, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to fight back.
Ha! You accuse me of moving the body across country lines. But when you get down to the nitty-gritty, you don't have what it takes to indict me.
The nitty-gritty? What does that old man want now? Proof, I believe, is what he seeks.
Yes, proof. Without any, who is to say whether or not any of what you said really happened?
He wants proof. What are we going to do, Mr. Edgeworth? There is no need to worry. I've had all the proof we need all along. The body wasn't the only thing to go through the pool's connected pipe tonight. Just as Detective Gumshoe found the pushcart in the open-air stage area. So too did I find one other item there. And that evidence is what will prove the pools were the smuggling route. This was another thing that was smuggled over to Babel's open-air stage area.
Take that!
And what exactly is this?
You have no idea, do you? This little piece that I found on the Babelese side will be your undoing.
A guitar pick? Who would you care to explain how that is going to do me in, as it were?
Much to your chagrin, perhaps, but this is not a guitar pick.
What?
This is something I found at the open-air stage, which was transported by the body. I naturally assumed that you would recognize it, since you took a photo with it after all. But since you don't, allow me to show you what this fragment from the stage area belongs to.
Take that!
Let us take a good look at the murder weapon that was used to kill Manny Cochin. On the handle of this knife, there's a beautifully blooming flower. However, it would appear that it's missing a single petal. Now, let's see what happens. We try to fit this pick in that open slot. It's a perfect fit. I assume that the petal must have fallen off of the flower during Mr. Cochin's murder. And then it was accidentally placed in the pushcart along with Mr. Cochin's body.
That's an interesting story, nothing more.
Objection!
Oh, I assure you there's more than just a story. Because, for some odd reason, this flower petal was wet when I found it.
It was wet, you say?
Yes, and the only place it could have gotten wet is from the open-air stage's pool. Now, I ask you, How did a part of the weapon, which was smuggled into the theater, wind up in the open air stage on the Ablaze side of the embassy? I don't think I need to waste any words explaining this, as this pedal explains it all for me. It proves that someone went from the Rose Garden pool on through into Babel.
Impossible!
The people of Genfa have been waiting to see you face to face, Mr. Alba. I'll tell everyone back home we'll be there soon. You should be happy.
Hey, this! Why?
Why, it's a little late to be asking that question. You should have known from the very beginning, when you took your first life. No matter how you may plot, or how you may try to cover it all up, you can never hide from your crime and what you've done. Because we're here to see to it that justice is served to people like you.
Hey, you can't call what you've given a perfect argument.
You know, I don't think this guy is ever going to admit to his wrongdoings, Mr. Edgeworth. Because he values himself above all else. People who can't negotiate with, or people who refuse to admit when they've lost. I don't believe those kinds of people really exist, because everyone breaks eventually. You're right. In that case, I have no choice but to use all of the evidence I have. I'll use it all until he breaks under the weight of his crimes. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. This is really long. This really will be the end of the line. Fuck, dude. Really? Dude, it's getting late. I think I continue though. Fucker. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more.
As if there was anything else for me to testify about.
I still have yet to fully prove that it was Mr. Alba who murdered Mr. Cochin. Well, I would like to hear about your movements before the murder occurred. Fuck. Oh, man. I think this is going to go longer than I think it's going to go. Fuck it.
Very well. I suppose I could tell you about that. Because all I did was watch the Steel Samurai stage show.
Elaborating on even that alone is good enough for me. The only way for me to place this man under arrest is to pinpoint the exact location of where the murder took place, for that is the key to this investigation.
I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. I swear, I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose. I do remember the contents of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you? Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I'll never forget them.
So, you were in the theater proper, watching the Steel Samurai stage show, were you?
Of course I was. I have a great fondness for the Steel Samurai.
Yeah, I was pretty cool up there, wasn't I? You're not the one who was cool. It's the Steel Samurai who's cool. Yeah, and the Steel Samurai's special finishing move today was really something, huh?
Don't name it. That's a testimony point.
Hey, Edgy, who is she? Who is this super cute girl?
Brother, he's underage.
She's been standing here this whole time, and only now he notices her. Her name is Kay Faraday, and she's helping me in my investigation. Sorry, I didn't get to introduce myself earlier, but better late than never, huh? Yeah, so, Kay, I'm Larry Butts. Silence in the peanut gallery. There's no time for such trivialities at a time like this. Mr. Prosecutor, this is the final battle, you got that? I know. This is the end for that man there. Ha 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 ha! Now that's the kind of thing I like to hear. I think I'll give trusting you a try, Mr. Prosecutor. Or rather, Mr. Edgeworth. We got it. We're worthy. We're worthy. I leave this critical battle up to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, okay. Also, when I think it was when he re-entered Longji Lang, he re-entered and they were standing side by side. I so wanted a fucking Edgeworth and Agent Lang finger point together, bro. That would have been so good. Have no fear, I will finish the job. But it didn't happen, dude. I'm kind of sad about that. This really is the endgame. The time has come to expose every last one of Mr. Alba's lies. I know what it is, too. I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. Oh, Mr. Alba, can you tell me the final name of the attack?
Hold it!
The last row. I should think that an ambassador would have had special seating reserved.
I wanted my staff to enjoy the Steel Samurai show as well. So I gave up all of the good seats for them. It was enough for me to simply see it.
Hey, the Steel Samurai wasn't the only hero. Let's not forget about the Pink Princess here,
My dear madam, if you continue to thrust about like that, your hip may begin to hurt again.
Oh my. Well, aren't you the considerate person when you want to be? But this young butterfly is on the side of Edgy Poo. So you can spare me the flirtatious come-ons.
I see. That is unfortunate.
Oh wow, he's completely frozen over. In frustration, perhaps. I dare say she can be the one rather trying opponent. In any case, can you actually prove to us that you were watching the show?
Hold it!
It's hard to prove. Are you admitting that? You have no way of proving to us that you were watching.
Quiet! You buzz in my ear like a pesky little fly. If you don't wish to listen quietly until the end of what I have to say, then perhaps you should pack up and get out of my way. I see that you're willing to be a bit more receptive now. While it's true that it may be difficult to prove that I was out in the audience, I do remember the contents of the show very well. Is that enough?
Well, I remember the contents of the show as well. Myself.
That's nice. That's nice.
Miles Edgeworth, Don't allow yourself to be riled up by him at this important juncture. I am gonna need some. I wasn't planning to let him. Well, if you ask me, I think I'm the biggest Steel Samurai expert around here. And didn't you think the climactic scene of today's show was just totally awesome?
Yes, I remember that well. And that spectacular special move.
There it is.
The way you delivered the final blow against the evil magistrate, early summer rain jab. Oh, that scene will live on in my heart forever.
Is that how it went, man? I totally forgot about that. How can you forget your own special moves? That's the special attack that the Steel Samurai used when he using the Steel Samurai Spear.
Yes, and today was the first time they showed it off, was it not? If I hadn't watched the show, then how could I answer you with the name of the move?
I suppose you are correct. But if you could, please elaborate on this point for me.
Hold it!
I figured this one out. Early Summer Rain Jab was a move that was to be unveiled today.
And because I saw that brand new special move, I believe it confirms my alibi.
How sad. The only way he's got to protect himself is that he watched the Steel Samurai. I guess this guy really has nothing else left. Yes, and to avoid arrest, you can bet he'll say or do anything. But with all of us here, there will be no escape for him. Yeah, we can find a way to bring him justice. To justice. Now then, let us continue with your testimony, Mr. Alba.
Huh, very well. The Steel Samurai special move and the various other scenes.
We'll get back to this one sec. Wait. Oh, these are gonna be so funny.
Hold it!
Oh.
Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart.
I agree. Today will be a day to remember. Especially when we finally make you pay for all the wrongs you've committed.
What?
Hey! That's what the Steel Samurai says when he defeats the evil magistrate. Actually, the line was something I ad-libbed. You may act all surprised, but naturally you remember this line, don't you?
Of course I do. I just now understand how the evil magistrate felt, that's all.
Then allow me to make your identity with the evil magistrate. Identify with the evil magistrate some more. Hey, then that makes you the Steel Samurai, huh? Well, if you have to complete the analogy, I suppose then yes. And I do believe it's about time to bring the curtain down on this with a bang. Kay and myself were also in the audience of the Steel Samurai show. He's got nothing on the Jammin' Ninja, but he was still cool enough, I guess. Wasn't my brand new special finishing move totally red? No, don't tell me. It was you who thought of the special move? Yup. And now what was it again? Extremely silly rain jab. Was that it? No, wait, it was subtle breaking chop. That doesn't sound quite right. How can you forget a move you came up with? The final piece of Mr. Alba's alibi is that he was watching the Steel Samurai show. However, if he was busy killing Mr. Kochin, he should not have had the time to do so.
Objection!
I called this one instantly. The special move today was the early summer rain jab. Is that your final answer?
Objection!
You little irritating gnat. Do you think you can trip me up by asking the same question over and over?
That was not my intention. Your testimony is more than sufficient. However, I believe it would be wise for you to take a look at this.
The samurai spear, what about it?
This spear actually never made it onto stage today.
Excuse me.
Unfortunately for you, tonight's Steel Samurai happened to be a goof of a young man with an abundance of useless hot-bloodedness. That's me. Smile. Having said that, said useless man bent the spear during his rehearsal this evening. Okay, do you remember what the Steel Samurai's special move was tonight? It was the Steel Samurai Sushi Slash. Correct. Because he couldn't use the spear, a last-minute change was made. Had you really been watching the show, you would have known the move that was used.
No.
Quirkus Alba. You didn't watch even a single minute of the Steel Samurai Sage show tonight, did you?
Aha! So if he wasn't watching the show tonight,
Then it opens up the possibility that he was busy killing Mr. Cochin instead. So, where were you during the show? I demand an answer now. Just what is so funny?
You're so sloppy, and so are your conclusions. I still insist that I watched the show, or most of it anyway.
What do you mean by most of it?
You see, during the show, I left my seat for a spell to visit the bathroom. I assume that was when that dramatic scene was playing out on stage. That is the lousiest, lamest excuse I've ever heard in my life, pal.
just because he got the name of the move wrong. We can't really use that as proof that he didn't watch the show at all.
As a fan of the Steel Samurai, I had wanted to watch the entire show, honest.
Objection!
As a Steel Samurai fan, for someone who wasn't even in his seat for the climax of the show, how? You have no right to call yourself a Steel Samurai fan ever. I don't disagree, though.
Hold it.
Who was that just now?
It would be I, young lady.
Larry, what are you doing interrupting me like that? Edgy, please hold on a second, I beg. You may never accept this old man as a Steel Samurai fan. But I totally think he's a Steel Semantic. Samaniac? Samaniac?
What exactly is a Steel Samaniac, pal?
I believe he means a Steel Samurai maniac. Yeah, and trust me, I know a real fan when I see one. Because I'm the Steel Samurai.
Objection!
I will never acknowledge you as the true Steel Samurai. What are you getting so worked up over, Mr. Edgewood?
It appears that the real Steel Samurai recognizes me as a fan. As well he should, for I am a fan. It's not as though I missed the entire show. It was a most amazing show, filled with the spirits of the young and the young at heart.
The sarcasm dripping from his long wooden nose couldn't run any thicker. Oh? Getting the name of the move wrong only proves that he didn't watch the last scene. What I really need here is something more definitive. Something that links Mr. Alba directly to the murder of Mr. Manny Cochin. You know what, Gramps? You really are something else.
I'm honored to receive such praise from the Steel Samurai. But what is it for?
Oh, well, I was just wondering how you found out about the early summer rain jab. And that move is a bit of a secret that only a small portion of the staff know about. Oh, wait, it was a secret. I thought about that too. Larry, wait, what did you just say? Huh? Did I say something stupid again? Did you just say that the early summer rain jab was actually a secret? Oh, well, maybe I shouldn't have said secret. It's more like we only decided on the name of the right before the start of the show, you know? Right before? Yeah. The stage director was going nuts. Because we were supposed to debut the move. Locker rooms. About 5 minutes before the show, we threw it up on the dressing room's whiteboard. Early summer rain jab. That's kinda how we decided the name of the move. But by that time, I had already bent the spear, so I guess the whole thing was kinda pointless. All of you Steel Samurai actors are the same. The director has my complete sympathy. Long story short, because we changed the move to the sushi slash, we kind of pretended that the early summer rain jab didn't exist at all. I mean, it'd be bad if someone found out we changed the move, so we made it a secret. So basically, a gag order was issued for publicity's sake. Almost makes the early summer rain jab sound like a lost art. Yeah, which is why I think most of the staff haven't even heard of the name.
Hold those lips of yours still.
What the heck, old man?
I've done nothing but listen, and from what I can tell, it's all very unrelated to the case. It's also very tedious and a pointless exercise in wasting time, much like a kid's show.
Mr. Alba, I believe the one who should be quiet now is you.
How dare you!
I suspect that you've already noticed exactly what the very severe implications are in this man's testimony.
Ha! So now you're trying to bully me, huh? There are no implications to be read into a behind-the-scenes story of a kid's show.
Don't even think about trying to slither your way out of this, Quirkus Alba. You were the one who said it yourself, that the name of the move was Early Summer Rain Jab. And that name was only decided upon right before the show was about to start.
So, just what are you driving at?
That the name of the move you told us was never used in the show or said aloud. Now then, would you care to tell us about how you found out the name of that move? Because I can only think of one way you could have known. Quirkus Alba, this is the only way you could have known the name of the special move. You knew the name because you saw it. You saw it on the dressing room's whiteboard. No answer? The staff members who knew were keeping it a secret. So you couldn't have simply gone up to a staff member and asked. Which means that the only other option left is that you saw it on the whiteboard. So that means that Mr. Alba was in there at some point, right?
But what's the big deal, sir? I don't see what that means.
There's another piece of evidence that has a great deal to do with the dressing room. So we can't afford to let this slide. This is related to both the dressing room and Mr. Cochin's murder. It's gotta be this, right? Push card?
Take that!
Let me get a drink real quick. The push cart that was used to move the body was right there in the dressing room. During the show, the pushcart awaited its turn to be pushed on stage in the dressing room. And it was finally pushed there, along with the Iron Infant in the last scene of the show. And then, right after the show ended, it went into Alabas along with the Steel Samurai. Which means that the only time the killer could have placed the body inside the pushcart was when the pushcart was in the dressing room backstage. So basically, the killer has to be someone who visited the dressing room during the show. Precisely.
No!
Oh, but wait! But what if, and this is just a what if, what if the murder took place right in the dressing room?
What do you... What do you mean, Kay?
I have to admit, she brings up a valid possibility. During the show, the dressing room was supposed to be devoid of people. Slipping undetected into a private dressing room then would be as simple as pie. The killer must have come up with the idea to move the body into the pushcart then, too. Correct. Thus, making the theater's dressing room the ideal location for the murder of Manny Koshin. Quirkus out. During this show, you went down to the dressing room. And I want to know why.
Yes. Yes, I was there. I went into the dressing room.
I knew it.
I knew it, sir. I'm placing you under arrest right now, pal. You got that? Arrest.
Objection!
Not so fast.
This is where he gives us a reveal.
What is it now, pal? Don't I deserve a chance to explain myself?
Explain? What is there to explain?
I believe I told you earlier that I went to the bathroom. Well, I got lost when I did. I wanted to ask for directions, but when I opened the dressing room door, no one was inside. And that's when I saw the name on the move of the whiteboard.
You punk. Still trying to get out of this.
Do you really think you can get away at this point? He's fucking trying. Mr. Edgeworth, isn't there anything you can do to stop him? I don't have enough evidence on hand to do anything. I don't have the airtight evidence I need to put this man away for good. But if that's what I need, then perhaps... Agent Lang, I believe an investigation of the dressing room in question is in order. It's possible that we may find new evidence there.
Yeah, if Mr. Edgeworth pokes around in there, I'm sure he'll find some new facts, pal.
I should have saw it. Bro, fuck, this is going for so long. Oh, and if we use Little Thief, we may even learn something about a recreation.
We don't need to do any of that.
What? Wolfie, how could you?
I'm not saying this to be mean. It's just that we've already searched there. My men really are something else.
And they found nothing. Thank God.
There's only one thing I can say to you, sis. It's that they found nothing. That's it.
I guess you're right. If they had found something, they would have reported it to us.
And they couldn't find anything because there was nothing to find.
And if there is no info to feed into Little Thief, then I can't do much to help either. Is this the end? The murder took place in this theater, which is not protected under extraterritorial rights. And the fact that it was Mr. Alba himself who committed the murder. If I can't prove both statements to be true, Mr. Alba walks away a free man. Is there no other course of action left to us?
It would appear that your hand of cards has turned out to be a bust. Now, if you will excuse me, because of you people, I missed my flight. Now I must make haste to arrange for a new one.
Heleno? Who is it this time? Hold it right there, you whippersnappers. First Larry, and now you. What is with that scary mobster-like scowl on your face, Edgy Poo? Don't treat me like I'm some sort of nuisance. I've been meaning to say this, but all you keep talking about things I don't get at all. You're all leaving this lady in the sad, depressing, lonely dust that I'm about to cry. Why did you have to speak up right at this instant? But you know what, Edgy Poo, cheer up. Because I'm about to give you the most wonderful thing. The most wonderful thing from you. It's so super special that I couldn't give it away to just anyone, you know. My special present of love to my sweet Edgy Poo. Are you ready? Is this. Fucking hot dogs, dude. I thought about it. We didn't use hot dogs as evidence. A present for embassy staff. She was eating in the dressing room. I should have thought about this.
It's a box of those samurai dogs, right, sir?
Yes. Oh, Edgy Poo. Here, go on and eat one, and you'll feel right as rain. Ah. She's eating in the dressing room.
Are we through here?
Why did everyone get so quiet all of a sudden? Edgy Poo, tell me you understand the depths of this lady's love for you. I'm not one to hand out snouts willy-nilly, you know. No, sir. The thought occurred to me that maybe it would be good. The thought occurred to me that maybe it would be good if I fed you and made sure you were nice and full. One day it's my turn to serve you some of my own homemade food. I mean, isn't it the desire of every woman to make sure that their beloved never goes hungry? And that's what I wanted to experience. I'll tell you one thing though. A long time ago, they used to say that I could make the most delicious meal out of any ingredient. You threw it in front of me. Oh, I was a star in the kitchen back then, and I was Mr. Edgeworth. Can you do anything about her? There's no power on earth that can force that woman into silence. But I'm so sick and tired of it. All you people do is look down on me. Even this box of samurai dogs played me for a fool. It had a special design on its fan. Like the Japanese flag, so I thought it was special.
It does. Fuck, dude.
But when I ate one, it tasted just like all the rest. Oh, it made me so mad. Wait, a special box of Hinomaru, like fan on it? I've never heard of such a piece of merchandise existing before. It's blood. However, there is. The red sun on this fan is filled in. Is it possible? Could it be? After the show, the samurai dogs were piled up in the dressing room floor. However, there's no such thing as a Hinomaru dog. This contradiction of facts between something that should not exist and yet does. The rays from this red sun may just be what we needed to point us in the right direction. At present, the studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys, you know? We were supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and then tell them hi. I had to pile them up. I had to pile them all into the pushcart just to move them. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Koshin at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you. No matter how fragile or small the connections may be, once we've found them all, the way to the truth will be revealed. One final logic. I think it's this verse. They'd interfere with each other. The killer used the pushcart to transport the body, which means that they had to remove the samurai dogs from within first. Yeah. Therefore, the samurai dogs that were piled up on the dressing room floor were most likely taken out of the pushcart by the killer. Yep. I mean, what else is there to logic here? Blood. That which should not exist. This box of samurai dogs with the Hinomaru on it. If this red sun was filled in when the killer was busy removing the samurai dogs from the pushcart, then it's proof that the murder took place in the dressing room. As long as this red substance turns out to be what I believe it to be. Wendy Oldbag. I thank you. Aww, that's so adorable. What you have given to me is truly something very special. Edgy Poo! Aww! Mr. Edgeworth, are you sure you're feeling okay, sir? Mr. Alba, as I suspected, you killed Mr. Kochin in the dressing room. How many times must I listen to you repeat yourself? Haven't you figured it out yet? Your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. And the only way I'm going to continue to cooperate is with some definitive evidence. That arrogance, that self-confidence. You believe that you've erased every piece of evidence that could incriminate you. However, there remains one piece here, and it is what will put you away for good. Ha! You're bluffing. Oh, hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Sounds like you finally found it. You finally found the things we need to go after this guy's jugular. So tell me, what about that box of samurai dogs is going to put the old man away? The trace evidence that will bring him down. Why it is here, of course. This box of samurai dogs with a Hinomaru fan on it. This should never have existed. So I want you all to take a good look at this red spot. It's a single drop of blood. Huh? What? Blood? You say? Agent Lei, I'd like this blood analyzed post-haste. I've got to admit, I'm a bit surprised.
I can't believe we found blood in a place like this. Hey, you! Get this down to the lab pronto.
But why was there blood on a blocks like that to begin with? If we think about the flow of the crime, I think the reasons will become obvious. Larry, you said that you transported the samurai dogs with the pushcart, correct? Yeah. You have a great memory, Edgy. That pushcart was a bit too big for my son. You know what I mean? So to make sure everyone could see him, I had to pile some stuff in. I figured the samurai dogs were there, so I used them to fill in the cart. If what Larry says is true, then what were the boxes doing on the floor? I get it. Okay, I think I got it. Never mind. I see. I see. The killer took them out in order to place the body in the pushcart. Exactly. And that is when I believe the victim's blood found its way onto that box. But when my men investigated that room, not a single box of samurai dogs was in there. Because embassy staff members had already confiscated them. Yes, no doubt to hide the evidence of the murder. It's a good thing Miss Oldbag managed to steal that one box before they got to it, huh? And looks like Miss Oldbag also managed to put this great thief to shame. What a scandalous way of putting that. I didn't steal. I received it from myself. Quercus Alba. I'd say this was one very fatal oversight on your part.
Objection!
A hungry old lady.
Sorry to rain on your little love fest, however.
God.
However.
How can you be so self-confident in a no-win situation for him like this?
Even if that blood turns out to belong to Mr. Cochin, then what?
So, Mr. Edgeworth, it sounds like he's not ready to call it quits yet, huh? Apparently fucking not. The sole piece of evidence that was left on the scene of the crime. That alone has shed light on a new fact. At the very least, we now have proof that the murder occurred in the dressing room.
And you say that like it means something.
Huh?
Excuse me, sirs. Report. What were the results of the analysis?
Sir, the analysis came back and confirmed that the red substance is blood.
I knew it. With this Quercus Alba.
Objection!
Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might humor my question.
Your question.
The one from before, or have you forgotten? Even if that is Mr. Cochin's blood, what difference would it make?
Not so fast!
Like we already told you, it proves that the crime scene was at the dressing room.
Objection!
But it doesn't prove that I am your killer, does it? That's...
I went to Quercus Alba there. He has a very good point. And the blood on that box doesn't prove that Mr. Alba is the killer. Oh, then, this evidence. It's meaningless.
That can't be. We were so close, sir.
I want to smack that smug look off his face. Come on, that's gotta be something we can do. We finally found a solid piece of evidence. There must be something I can expose with it. I can't think of a single thing. God, dude. Now, if you'll excuse me. Forensics? I'll be on my way. Who was that? It's too late. I won't allow anyone to stop me. It wasn't me, pal.
And it wasn't me this time either. It wasn't me. Oh, it wasn't me either. It was me.
It's not his blood.
Oh, why did you? Because I haven't finished reporting everything to you yet, sir. There's more.
Oh, what? Hurry up and spit it out.
Yes, sir. That blood I mentioned. It's not of the same blood type as the victim's blood.
What?
No. What?
What do you mean it's not the same type? You mean it's not the victim's blood? If it isn't his, then who the hell's is it?
I don't know, sir. All I know is that it's not the same blood type as the victim, sir. What should we do now, Mr. Edgeworth? I have no idea what's what anymore. And neither do I.
My, what an amusing turn of events. That blood drop proves something to be true, all right. Namely, my words.
And which one of your words would be that?
Means it's somebody else there. The ones where I said that your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. That blood has nothing to do with the murder investigation whatsoever. Need I remind you that the blood got onto that box long before I entered my embassy?
What sort of nonsense?
Yeah, it's blood, pal. There's no way it's not related to the murder. So you would like to believe. But what if someone prepared the samurai dogs had a small nosebleed? What then? I guess that's possible, sir.
Damn it! Have we been wasting our time on a red herring?
The blood doesn't belong to anyone connected to the case. That should be clue enough.
Quercus Alba, you bastard!
Silence. Don't you ever address me with such a filthy word again. I've wasted enough time here with you, and you have your answers. Now let me through.
Not so fast!
Alba, it doesn't matter where you run off to. You'll never escape me. Someday, I'll have the satisfaction of sinking my fangs into you. You'll see. And all of Interpol will be behind me, working to see to it that that day comes.
Do you know what your words sound like to me? They sound like the whinings of a pathetic loser of a mutt.
Is this really the extent of all that we can do? Is the blood really from someone completely unrelated to the case? Or is there another possibility? Someone else other than the victim? Just when I thought I had backed him into a corner, it is I who had been backed into one. In a situation like this. Oh, what would that man do? What would he do? He who can turn any desperate situation around, do. Turn it around. That's it. I must turn my way of thinking around. It's not whose blood it is. It's whose blood could get onto the box like this. And if I think about it that way, If the blood got onto the box when the body was being placed in the pushcart, then the owner of said blood must have been in the dressing room at that time. And there is only one person that could be.
Well, I must praise you for trying so hard. It's because of you kids that I was removed from center stage, and will be forced to live out the rest of my life in the shadows, unfortunately. But it's not a total loss, as the underworld will allow me more freedom than you'll ever know. Freedom, like what the raven feels as it flies through the dark night sky. You can't lay a finger on me, not now or ever. The arm of the law is powerless before me.
Objection!
Ha. Powerless, is it? I wouldn't be so sure about that if I were you.
What do you mean?
Allow me to describe for you in one word. Pitiful.
Pitiful? How so?
Quercus alba, your wings were clipped long ago. And for someone who is trying to fly away on them without noticing that fact, pitiful is the perfect word to describe you.
Ha! Mere words.
What do you mean by his wings are clipped, Mr. Edgeworth? Just what do you think it means, Kay? We'd already caught him in our trap a while back, with an incredibly powerful, definitive piece of evidence.
Hey! Earth the Mr. Prosecutor, care to speak English? What are you talking about? What piece of evidence?
The piece I speak of is, of course, this drop of blood. That wasn't a while back, that was kind of recent, but okay. But we know that it's not from the victim. I don't see how it remains relevant to the case at all. Miss Von Karma, I believe that is exactly why it's very important to the case. And the part that is the most important is the fact that it's not the victim's blood. You're looking a little pale. Good, then I believe you're already aware of what I mean.
Then you know who the blood belongs to.
Of course I do. This piece of evidence is the irrefutable proof that will stop the killer in his tracks. The blood that soiled this box of samurai dogs belongs to this person. Ah. 72, damn.
Take that!
The blood of the red sun on this belongs to you, Quercus alba. What?
What?
Why is his blood on the box of samurai dogs? He's not even a victim. The blood fell on the box when Mr. Cochin's body was being loaded into the pushcart. At that time, the only two people in the dressing room were the victim and his killer.
So that's what you mean. If the blood doesn't belong to the victim.
And there's only one other person it could belong to. Yes, and that person is the murderer himself. That's the only logical conclusion.
But Mr. Koshin was the one who was stabbed, sir. Why would Mr. Alba have been the one who was bleeding?
He has a wound. What if, during the murder, Mr. Kochin had fought back? You mean, if before Mr. Alba could kill him, and Mr. Kochin managed to wound Mr. Alba? Yes, and I believe we have a piece of evidence that proves that he was bleeding then.
Take that!
Mr. Alba, you bear on your body a great wound.
That was from when Damas II attacked me with a pair of scissors.
Yeah, and that happened way after he was in the dressing room. But is that what really happens? You can manufacture a weapon by smearing blood on it, so I can't just accept that as fact. Shall we try a test, Mr. Alba, and see if the shape of your wound matches the scissors?
You really are something else, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't let a single thing slip you by, no matter how insignificant the possibility.
You're one to talk, Mr. Alba. You've managed to give the law the slip for 10 years as the smuggling ring's leader. No matter the danger, you can hide every last ounce of fear and anxiety from everyone. You truly are a one-of-a-kind criminal.
I am the master of my fear. However, to think a person such as you could miss such a large thing.
You believe I'm overlooked something?
You said that my wound was caused by Mr. Coach. That it was caused here in one of the theater's dressing rooms, right?
Yes, that is correct.
I'd like to point out that it's simply not possible. My wound is a stab, and one that could only have come from a blade. I wonder where you will propose that such a weapon came from.
Ah, the theater was packed with security guards. It would have been impossible for anyone to come into this area with a weapon of any sort. Just as Mr. Alba was able to bring in the Alabastian knife in a bouquet, there must have been some other way to sneak in a weapon of some sort.
But as long as you can't prove what that other way is. All your talk about Mr. Cochin stabbing me is pure nonsense.
This is actually very true.
So if that other way doesn't exist, you better hurry and tell me now.
With pleasure.
What?
This piece of evidence shows us how Mr. Cochin brought a weapon into this theater. Fuck, dude. Mr. Cochin? Fuck, dude. Mr. Cochin.
Take that!
I got it. Among law enforcement, this piece is known as the Yadagarasu's key.
That key!
That's the key that my father stole from here 7 years ago. And it is a very unique, in that it is both a key and a knife. Meaning that under the guise of a key, it could have easily been easily brought into the theater.
No!
You can dispose of the knife that stabbed you. Therefore, you wiped off the blood and placed it back in Mr. Cochin's pocket. After all, the key itself opens the safe in his office. And inside that safe was a document about Cadopian paper, signed by Mr. Cochin. In order to make it look like Mr. Cochin died as the leader of the smuggling ring. You had to make it so that the police were the one to open that office safe. All of that hard work to save yourself only served to destroy you in the end. Shall we try matching this knife's blade with your wound, Mr. Quercus Alba? And that is what some may call the coup de grace.
Impossible. You can't take me down. Swine, all of you. Especially Manny Koji. This is all because of that man's betrayal. He sought to steal control of the smuggling ring from me by removing me as ambassador. Which is why he deserved to die while bearing the guilt for all of my crimes for me. That's why I sent out the Yatagarasu's card, and how this incident was born. Manny was supposed to be the smuggling ring's leader who was killed by the Yatagarasu. But I had yet another reason, yet another story that was supposed to play out. Manny's death was supposed to bring everything to a close. And I would have gotten away with it too, if it wasn't for you meddling prosecutors.
Where have we heard that line before? Mr. Alba, I'm afraid there is one more question I forgot to ask. This country or Alabas? Which country's court would you like to face first? Either way, it's game over for you.
Edgeworth!
Damn. He's fucking ascending. God damn. His spirit left him. All right. That was pretty good. 2 days later. Oh, whoa. This is it. The big day. It's Mr. Alba's trial today. And next week, he's scheduled to stand trial in his own country of Alabas. Francisca is heading that one. I suspect she'll be serving a full course of whiplashes at it. Having to face Miss Von Karma is in court right after facing you, sir. I don't even want to think of what it would be like. I caught a glimpse of Mr. Alba as he was being escorted into the courthouse, sir. And boy, he looked about as glum as I do the day before I get my monthly paycheck. You know, I've been thinking, sir. That flight attendant and even Mr. Portsman were all Mr. Alba's secret agents. Correct. The smuggling ring was the common thread between all of the incidents. Kami Mia was to provide support during smuggling ops, using her job as an attendant. And Mr. Portsman was to manipulate trials related to the ring to the end in their favor. Are they gonna name the Autograssi? Oh, you airlines. And even the prosecutor's office, sir. No one was safe from the smuggling ring, huh, sir? I suspect that there are even more members of this ring spread throughout the world. Yeah. It sounds like such a big op that I can't even begin to imagine what it's like, sir. Anyway. What is it, detective? Oh, nothing. It's just... well, come to think of it. Mr. Ernest Amano's trial is also scheduled for later today, sir. I'm aware of that. Mr. Amano has been working with the smuggling ring now for over 10 years. He used the Amano Group's various connections worldwide to assist the ring. But all of that has come to an end, as his conglomerate is now undergoing harsh scrutiny. I owe Mr. Amano a debt of gratitude, but he must pay his debt to society. Well, with the arrest of both Mr. Alba and Mr. Amano, I guess that about wraps up the KG8 incident as well, huh? I suppose so. The real killer in the KG8 incident 10 years ago was Manny Cochin. And 7 years ago, the killer in the second KG8 incident was Macrel. Those two facts are the unshakable truth. However, it seems that a lot of effort was put into hiding these and other truths from us. And I will expose it all at the trials today.
You're solving cases left and right today, aren't you, sir?
CCU indeed meant. Perhaps now these two brave souls who tried to make the truth known can rest in peace. By the way, I received some gifts from Ambassador Polena. Shrimp, crab, beef. I don't need any of these, so I'm giving them to you.
Oh, what? Seriously, sir?
Oh, wait, actually, I don't think I want them anymore. The way you're holding them.
Don't tell me they're just coupons, sir.
I'm Detective Gumshoe. Have you not read the paper recently? Ever since the two countries became Cadopia again, its economy has changed.
Oh, really, sir?
And it seems that Ambassador Poleno has reaped a few benefits of his own from it. He's been announced as the official ambassador of the newly reunified Cadopia. But what a pity. Even though every item he sent is a treasure, you don't seem all that interested. Oh well, if you don't want them, I can give them to my lovely assistant, Kay.
Wait, that's not what I said, so, Mr. Edgeworth, please let me have them, sir.
No? Actually, come to think of it, where is Kay? How come she is still not here? I thought it was Francisco talking, it was not. Hey, you've got to be more alert than that. Yeah. I can't believe you didn't notice. I was even mimicking Mr. Edgeworth's voice for a bit.
Oh.
Hi.
I totally didn't notice you, or realize that voice was yours.
Longji says, ferocious love blooms with each new spring.
Agent Lang, a pleasant surprise to see you here. I really like Lang, he's a good character.
It's been a long time since I set foot in a courthouse, but I wasn't going to miss this. Watching the guy who screwed up my country finally get what's coming to him. Well, that and something else. I want to see you in action in court.
Is that so, Agent Lang?
We fleshed out all the counterfeit bills, so Jean-Fa is finally at peace again. And it's all thanks to you. So I just want to say thanks.
Wow, I never thought I'd see the day old Wolfie says thanks to Mr. Edgeworth. I should be the one thanking you, Agent Lang. If you hadn't negated Mr. Alba's extraterritorial rights, I would not have been able to bring him to trial. I believe the victory belongs to the both of us in this case.
Tch, a shared victory, huh? Look, don't get me wrong. I'll still never forgive you prosecutors. And I have zero interest in that truth thing you talk about in court. I've always done things my own way, and that's not about to change. You got that?
I see. Well, I believe you should follow your own creed when you do your job.
Yeah, and if there's ever someone your precious truth can't catch, feel free to sit around and cry about it all you want. But as for me, I'm going to get that person no matter what.
All right. It's about time for the trial to start. I will see you later.
I'll be watching your performance from the gallery. I'm looking forward to this.
I'm prepared a whole ton of ticker tape for today's victory, sir.
I'll help throw some around when Mr. Edgeworth wins.
Hope you've got enough because I'm going to call my men up as well.
A modest amount of ticker tape goes a long way. The scene shifts to the courtroom, and the final act of this long tale begins. The legend of the great thief Yatagarasu is the story of those who chose to dedicate their lives to the pursuit of the truth. Prosecutors are those who seek a guilty verdict for the defendants they meet. And to that end, you have no choice but to win by any means necessary. That creed was forced on me, so however, I no longer think that is all we are, and that is because that's all we prosecutors are. That is because even though I've only been away from the courtroom for a short time, I feel as though it's been a lifetime since, and today, more than anything, I feel the flight within me rising. There it is. That's the end. Objection. Oh, man. It's not over yet. This is the past, though. Okay. Oh. I am really in Mr. Edgeworth's debt for the other day. And thanks to him, I'm still free to serve in the friendly blue skies. Oh, about my suitcases. Well, I've been selling them on the internet, and they become a real sensation. And thanks to the praise the art world has lavished on my work as being truly postmodern. The airline has chosen me to design their new line of Go You jumbo jets. Just think, someday you'll be able to take a ride in my pink-walled, yellow-seated jet. That's great. We're getting him too, huh? I have returned to Virginia. Edgeworth, that rudeness of a rude man. Because of him, my time and money is wasted. But more importantly, I received the primitive duck statue of the Principality of Cadopia. It weighs a bit light in my hand, but the Ambassador Paleno was most generous. That was a fake. Sumayu. Francisco. We finally caught Agent Hicks' killer, and I was able to witness Mr. Alba's teary eyes. It feels good to finally bring everything to a close. I received another offer from Interpol to work on another case in cooperation with them. However, the Cadopian court awaits. Cadopia's air is supposed to be very fresh, so my whip should find some new vigor there. Hell yeah. Sir. Thank you. This little patrolman has been fired as of today, sir. I thought it was safe since we found the gun I had dropped, sir. But I had noticed that I had dropped my police badge too, sir. I guess that really broke the camel's back. Was that I couldn't find my badge. My little life has suddenly tripped in a dark black hole, sir. I think I'll go to the courts and file a complaint with Ruffles Man, sir. Aww. Poor Officer I guess poor Meekins, huh? Fuck, dude. Oh? I was actually hoping to talk with Mr. Edgeworth a bit more than I did. But I've got to get going and return to Europe. I've still got a long way to go, and a lot of stuff to study there. And next time I help Mr. Edgeworth on a case, I'm going to do it as a real forensic scientist. I'm sure he's going to need all the help I can give him. Scientifically, of course. She didn't have a big role, actually. I thought she would be like a bit more important. Maybe in the next game. Wink, wink, wink. Probably. I don't know. No. Her. Because the kidnapping was staged, I was let off easy. But I won't be going outside much anytime soon but that's really okay. The only prison I'm forever trapped in is the cage of love. The guard down there, the detention center. Well, when he's on guard duty. He has such a cold look in his eyes, just like that prosecutor. But don't. Stop it, Lauren. When will you ever learn to stop being a prisoner of love? The guardsman, huh? Hey, pal, come on.
Oh, the judge, actually. Ho, ho, ho. It appears that all sorts of drama that takes place outside of the court. Since we judges are here day in and day out, I've only heard a few rumors, but apparently Mr. Edgeworth teamed up with the thief and became a detective. Maybe I should team up with the bailiff and try to become a lawyer or something. Ho, ho, ho. That'd be funny. Maggie Bird and Gumshoe, yup. Sir. What about Detective Bad? I want to know about Detective Bad. I barely escaped death yet again, sir. Yeah, but boy, were we lucky to have Mr. Edgeworth to help us out, huh? Yeah. But because I lost the key, I got fired from my security job. Don't let it get you down, Maggie. You still got me. You're right, sir. I won't be sad. I'm going to pick myself up and get through this. I wonder what my next job should be. Oh, this is actually kind of fun. I so want to know too, dude. Ah. Oh, why not come to Cadopia for your summer vacation? We have coupons aplenty. Right now, our embassy is proud to present our Let's Investigate a Murder show. Although recreating that particular case has created a few small fires in town. Then we had a few problems with the fire marshals, and, well, the new event will be great. It will be the attraction titled Capture the Yatagarasu. Of course, I hope to enlist Kay's help in creating the latest attraction. I guess he wasn't evil. Larry. I can't believe that Mindy ditched me and went to Japan. But it's okay, because that's how I met Minard. We're planning to go to Paris soon and start a business. We're going to sell blue ocean dogs. They'll sell like hotcake hot dogs for sure. A blue hot dog in a blue bun. I guarantee it'll turn your tongue and your face blue. I know I'm not really the type to work a lot, or at all, really, but... Oh, so I noticed that I really haven't seen the guy in blue suit at all recently. I wonder what's up. Well, the next time we meet, I'm gonna make him meet one of my dogs. Ah. Where is the blue-suited man? Bad? Or Lang? I gave testimony in court today as a member of the Yatagarasu. Yo, Mr. Bad, you look well, all things considered. By the way, have you noticed that elements within the ring have begun moving? They're probably fighting over who should succeed. Over who should be the next boss. Although, to be honest, I wish I could forget I'd ever heard of that smuggling ring. Longji said, thoroughly bite the poisonous snake from head to tail. No one runs afoul of the law and escapes this wolf's fangs. I'll get you all yet. Hi, are you? When did I become so old, I wonder? I've begun noticing the gray hairs in my beard more. I'm thinking of retiring my mirror. Aw, no, not the mirror. One more. Wendy Oldbag. She presented the key evidence, huh? Oh, I was the Pink Princess and the Pink Badger, all in the span of 2 days. Talk about busy. But it's alright, because I got a letter from my beloved Edgy Poo. Please take care of your hip. And when you wish to speak, first take off your headpiece. What does he mean by that last statement? It's not like I enjoy being under a headpiece every time then some people fuzz me on, and I was the Pink Princess, like a hero of justice. But ever since I was a young man, started my hair already, wear my own costume, even just that sounds like a terrible idea. Fucking Wendy, dude. Oh, man. That's it. March 17th. After the court trials. Whoop. I feel so much better now that the trial's over, sir. And as always, your legal prowess was top-notch, sir. Yeah, and nothing beat the look on Mr. Alba's face when you revealed the ring's secrets. I was amazed. It was like you're a totally different person when you step into a courtroom. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, is always 10 times fiercer in court. Based on the information Mr. Alba offered up, they've begun large-scale operations to clean up the rest of the ring, which I'm happy to leave to Francisca and Agent Lang. So what are your plans now, Kay? It is unfortunately over. I'm like literally at the end of the credits, so. It was a good one though. It was really good. I'm gonna finish this and then I'll talk about it. We've taken care of the creep who killed my father, so I'm not sure. Hey, I know. Maybe I'll just keep on being Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Are you still trying to steal my job, pal? Just kidding, just kidding. I can't steal something so important to you, Gummy. Whew, what a relief. Okay. Yeah? Even after all that's happened, are you still planning to become a great thief? Of course. But I don't want to tarnish the legend of the noble Yatagarasu. Something else? So I'm going to hold off on doing anything until I make a tight 3-person team of my own. She wants to continue the true legacy of the Yatagarasu. That's good. A 3-person team, sir. A 3-person team of young beauties the same age as me, if possible. Is it going to be Emma and Maya? That'd be kind of funny, but also, with those criteria, I highly doubt you'll find 2 other people you need. Wow, there's candidates. My father chose to fight for the truth. I think that's what was so noble about him. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, the only things I will ever steal are the truths that have been hidden away. I'm gonna work extra hard to make a world where the Yatagarasu isn't needed. Let's both strive for such a future. Well, it's time for me to get going. I see. Okay. Keep your chin up and stay strong, okay? And don't be a stranger. Don't worry, I'll be back. I'll be sure to break the lock on the window and sneak in. If you could, I'd appreciate if you came in through the building's front door. It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. The lock on my window and the home has been broken for forever. Oh, well, one last thing before I go. Let's take a group picture, just the 3 of us. Yeah, a commemorative photo. Every big case has to end with one. You're not. You fucker. Huh? Hey, why not? Don't tell me you're camera shy, Mr. Edgeworth. He's gonna be in it somehow. Of course not, detective. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm taking the picture now. Is he gonna be grumpy? Hey, come on, come back here. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't run away from this, sir. Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Stop that. I can't be seen doing that. Okay, I'm totally taking it now. Say cheese. Gotta show it to me. And thus, the long tale of the KG-8 incident came to a close. I saw the demise of a smuggling ring and the birth of a little great thief. But there is a little time to rest and relax. For I am eager to tackle the investigation into a new case. The reason for my eagerness is my want to pursue the truth and my want to believe in the strength of those who use the power of the law for good. As someone who's chosen to live my life as a prosecutor, that is my new creed. Ah. Man. The pictures are always so good.
And that's it. That was a good case. Episode 5. Kind of long-winded towards the end. I mean, it's the final case, so it makes sense. They really brought everyone in as a final. You know, they brought Larry in. They brought Wendy as the true final. Oh man. Alba was a good character. What's it called? I think there were a few things that were like, they made sense, but like, if you like really thought about it, like I thought the water, what's it called? The water, the water. I mean, being connected was fairly obvious, but I'm curious as to why like there was no blood in water or whatever, or right, like you sunk a cart and like the only thing that showed up was the infant. I kind of call on the Iron Infant to be there for like way too long. Like as soon as Larry mentioned the Iron Infant was gone. But well, that's definitely gonna be it for me today. But Ace Attorney Investigations 2. This is a duology, and I'm here for it. Prosecutor's Gambit. Immediately, I'm noticed. Oh, there's character portraits in those, huh? Interesting. In the windows. This is a different court, though. A different court. Does Edgeworth go international? Perhaps so. Very good game. I've heard a lot of people say where Investigation 1 isn't the best, but I had a good time. I really enjoyed it. The music, everything. Keys were definitely long-winded, but yeah. And Alba had a lot of rebuttals. Fucking a lot of rebuttals. Like, I thought we were almost over, and then it said to be continued. I was like, oh fuck, I got like 4 more to go. But that's how it is when you're in the final case. I'm curious to see what's for the next game, because I'm not sure if the smuggling ring's all the way over. Like obviously, I'll just say I wouldn't be surprised if a Yatagarasu card shows up yet again. I feel like it was strange that the Yatagarasu card is, what's it called? And I stated something about that, right? Where I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, the directives of the Yatagarasu, why was that one preserved? Why was that one preserved, right? Manny Koshin, why was Manny's Koshin preserved? And not only was it preserved, he was like flashing it off, like countlessly. Flashed it off and then he preserved it. Kind of strange, you know? Unless he was planning to take down the ringleader from, like, at that point, but damn. Super long stream, I think fucking, how long? Yeah, like 5 hours? 5 hours and longer. Where's recording time? 5 hours, 38 minutes. Anyways, I'm Azrin. I'm not going to be here tomorrow, but I will be back Monday for the beginning of Ace Attorney Investigations 2. And, well, I don't know what's in store, but we're, I think, back with Miles Edgeworth. See you on Monday, guys. And have a good 4th of July if you're in fucking America or whatever. Peace.